Chapter 196. Slap. 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 Duan Lingtian walked up to Tong Li with a cold and indifferent expression, and just like the last 2 times, he raised his hand and slapped Tong Li into a pig's head. Tong Li's eyes were emotionless as they flickered with gloominess and coldness as she stared at Duan Lingtian. She already hated Duan Lingtian to the bone. Tong Li originally thought that Duan Lingtian would be done after slapping her over 10 times. But she quickly realized that all of this wasn't over. Young Miss Tong, I really didn't expect that your heart would be so vicious to actually use such a cruel method to kill Tang Gua. I'm very curious, exactly what deep enmity do you have with her? Did she hit you? Did she scold you? Duan Lingtian stared at Tong Li as he spoke word by word with a calm tone. Tong Li glared hatefully at Duan Lingtian, and her swollen mouth moved slightly as she spoke incoherently. Who asked that bitch to be so insensible and put me on the spot? That bitch deserved to die. There wasn't the slightest trace of regret in her words. Just because of this, you tortured her to death? Duan Lingtian took a deep breath as he asked in a low voice. Tong Li seemed to have realized that Duan Lingtian was suppressing his anger, and she hurriedly shut her mouth. She was extremely perturbed in her heart, and she was afraid that Duan Lingtian would kill her at the slightest disagreement. During these past few days, she had witnessed Duan Lingtian's methods many times, and she knew that he was a madman who wasn't afraid of anything. Duan Lingtian didn't even seem to be afraid of her cousin, the 5th prince. I was thinking that with your cultivation, you would probably only harm more people if you stayed. Why not? Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto Tong Li's dantian as he muttered to himself. No. When she heard Duan Lingtian's muttering, Tong Li seemed to have realized something, and her face went pale as she hurriedly retreated. But how could she possibly escape before Duan Lingtian's eyes? Boom! Duan Lingtian struck out with his palm, landing on Tong Li's dantian. Activating his origin energy, he blasted it into Tong Li's dantian, twisting it into pieces. Ah! Tong Li let out a miserable shriek. Her originally swollen face revealed a ferocious expression. While her body trembled in pain, she didn't forget to stare at Duan Lingtian with hatred. Boom! Finally, under the intense pain, Tong Li could no longer stand steadily and fell to the ground with a loud crash. Her eyes were red and filled with bloodthirsty hatred. In this world where the strong were respected, crippling a person's dantian was more painful than killing them. Humph! Duan Lingtian's cold gaze swept past Tong Li before he turned around and walked into the dining hall. Wherever he passed, the group of students who were watching the commotion made way for him, their eyes filled with awe. Even the senior students felt their hair stand on end when they looked at Duan Lingtian. Shui Lang, who was at the 2nd level of the Origin Core stage, was crippled by Duan Lingtian just like that. This Duan Lingtian was too terrifying. The meal was incomparably silent. Xiao Yu, Xiao Sun, and Tian Hu seemed to be able to understand Duan Lingtian's current feelings, and they didn't interrupt. Only when they almost finished eating did Xiao Yu sigh and persuade. Duan Lingtian, don't blame yourself too much. This isn't your fault. You helped Tang Gua out of goodwill. Moreover, even if you didn't interfere at that time, with Tong Li's vicious character, Tang Gua wouldn't have a good end. Don't worry, I'm fine. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Even though it was like this, Duan Lingtian didn't cultivate in the afternoon, but instead lay on a large tree at the side of the martial arts practice grounds and stared blankly. At the same time, the matter of Duan Lingtian crippling the dantians of Shui Lang and Tong Li swept through the entire Paladin Academy like a gale. Of course, after everyone knew the ins and outs of the matter, they didn't have the slightest bit of pity towards Shui Lang and Tong Li, and all felt that they deserved it. Imperial City, City Guard Army Campsite. Bang! An enormous bang sounded out from the campsite at the center of the campsite, and it was a robust middle-aged man in light armor who smashed the table before him into pieces under his rage. Whoosh! In the next moment, under the astonished gaze of the person that reported the news, the robust middle-aged man transformed into an afterimage and instantly flashed out of the campsite, then spurred his horse and left the campsite. In next to no time, he entered a spacious courtyard house. Lang! He hadn't arrived when the robust middle-aged man's voice was like a thunderclap that resounded out within the courtyard house. Master, you have to uphold justice for Lang. Lang's life has been completely destroyed by that little bastard Duan Lingtian. The robust middle-aged man had just walked into a spacious room when the middle-aged woman within the room spoke with a voice that contained sorrow and rage mixed within. Father. Shui Lang, who laid on the bed, had a ferocious and savage expression when he saw the robust middle-aged man. I want that Duan Lingtian dead, I want him dead. Lang, don't worry. Father guarantees you that so long as father still has a breath left, that Duan Lingtian won't be able to live past tomorrow. The robust middle-aged man, the city guard army commander Shui Lu, had an extremely gloomy expression. Lang, rest well. Father will go take revenge for you right now. Shui Lu came swiftly and left swiftly as well, as if transforming into a gust of wind. At practically the exact same moment, the Duan clan had found out about the news sent back by Paladin Academy. Duan Lingtian, who'd just returned to the clan, crippled the only son of the city guard army commander Shui Lu. He crippled the cousin of the fifth prince. The Duan clan higher-ups felt their scalps go numb when they heard this news. The audience hall was deathly silent. Grand Elder, this matter. Patriarch Duan Ruhua had a bitter smile on his face. That nephew of his was really a troublemaker, and was a completely different extreme from his father all those years ago. Although Duan Rufeng was naturally unrestrained and unrestrained, he wasn't so unbridled. This Duan Lingtian was simply a lawless lord. For the sake of the clan's future, we have to protect him no matter what. Grand Elder Duanzhen's muddy eyes flashed with a bright light as he spoke directly. Exactly. That Shui Lu is only a city guard army commander at the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. Could it be that our Duan clan is afraid of him? A Duan clan elder agreed. Duan Lingtian has an extraordinary significance to our Duan clan. We must protect him. The other elders came to a consensus as well. That Shui Lu is a small problem, but the person behind him is slightly difficult to deal with. Duan Ruhua frowned and was slightly worried. No matter how difficult it is to deal with, he's only a half-step void stage martial artist. Could it be that our Duan clan is afraid of him? Duanzhen's eyes emitted a fierce light, and his voice was filled with coldness. Fifth Prince's estate. In a spacious room, the fifth prince's face sank as he gazed at the girl on the bed who had already fallen asleep and whose tear stains still hadn't dried. Then he turned around and walked out of the room. Your Highness, that Duan Lingtian is too audacious. He actually crippled young Miss Li's Dantian. This is destroying young Miss Li's entire life. The white-browed old man's eyes squinted, and killing intent vaguely flickered within. Looks like this Duan Lingtian really doesn't take me seriously. A trace of frightening coldness flashed within the fifth prince's eyes. As the son of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's emperor, the fifth prince had his own pride. Normally, even if it was the patriarchs of the three great clans of the imperial city, they would still have to be respectful to him. Now that he was bullied by a youth, his rage had almost reached the limit. Your Highness, do you need me to deal with him? The white-browed old man asked respectfully. It's useless even if you go now. If I'm not wrong, that Shui Lu ought to have already gone. The members of the Duan clan have surely gone as well. With the natural talent in the martial Dao that Duan Lingtian revealed today, the Duan clan wouldn't easily allow anything to happen to Duan Lingtian. A trace of a sheen of wisdom flashed within the fifth prince's eyes. The white-browed old man came to a sudden understanding when he heard this. If the members of the Duan clan were present, it would indeed be impossible for him to kill Duan Lingtian. Let's see if that Duan Lingtian is able to escape today. If he escapes, then I don't believe that old Bai can't kill him when you personally make a move in a few days. A wisp of a cold smile appeared on the corners of the fifth prince's mouth. Subsequently, he sighed. Get someone to go to the Fair Sun County's county city and notify my uncle of this matter. Yes. The white-browed old man replied and left. The originally calm inner city of the imperial city was completely stirred when a majestic troop of soldiers walked out in an orderly manner. The orderly troop was majestic and had a total of over 1,000 people. And in front of these people was a robust middle-aged general who spurred his horse forward, and the space between his brows was filled with killing intent. It's the city guard army. What's happened? The city guard army's commander, Lord Xuelu, has actually personally made a move. I don't know. Let's follow them and take a look. Behind the group of city guard army soldiers, many people followed them out of curiosity. In the end, they noticed that this troop had actually stopped at the entrance of Paladin Academy, completely blocking off the entire entrance of Paladin Academy, leaving only a single passage that was heavily guarded. I heard that Commander Xuelu's only son is a student of Paladin Academy as well. Could it be that something has happened to him? To be able to make Commander Xuelu bring over 1,000 city guard army soldiers, looks like this matter is not small. Some of the spectators couldn't help but guess. Paladin Academy, on a large tree at the side of the martial arts practice grounds. Duan Lingtian slightly frowned. He glanced at the direction of the entrance of Paladin Academy and vaguely felt that it seemed to have become clamorous. Shaking his head, he paid no attention to it and continued to close his eyes to rest. After an unknown amount of time. Duan Lingtian. A voice sounded out, causing Duan Lingtian to feel as if he was jolted awake from a dream. Only now did he notice Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun standing under the tree with gloomy expressions. What's wrong? Duan Lingtian asked in bewilderment. Duan Lingtian, that city guard army commander Xuelu has brought over 1,000 city guard army soldiers to guard the entrance of Paladin Academy. They're probably waiting for you to leave. Otherwise, don't go back today. Xiao Sun's expression was incomparably unsightly. Xuelu. Duan Lingtian's brows twitched. After lunch, he found out about Xue Lang's background from Tian Hu. He knew that Xue Lang was the only son of the city guard army commander Xuelu. Moreover, Xuelu was a 9th-level nascent soul stage martial artist. However, he didn't mind. If Xuelu really infuriated him, he'd directly throw a bone corrosion inscription over and make the city guard army change commander. He really thinks highly of me, bringing so many people. Chapter 197. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun were helpless. No matter how they persuaded him, Duan Lingtian stubbornly insisted on leaving. At dusk, Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun accompanied Duan Lingtian as they walked out of Paladin Academy's main gate. Duan Lingtian had only just walked out when he noticed a fierce gaze descending onto him and locking onto him. You're Duan Lingtian. In the distance, the city guard army commander Xuelu's gaze was like a bolt of lightning as he stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian, as if he was deeply afraid that Duan Lingtian would disappear from his line of sight. Even if it was a grade 1 student, the students of Paladin Academy were generally around the age of 20, and an 18-year-old youth was extremely rare. Most importantly, this youth wore violet clothes, exactly the same as the rumored Duan Lingtian. So, Xuelu easily recognized Duan Lingtian. You two go back first. Duan Lingtian smiled to Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun. However, Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun didn't leave. As friends, how could they leave at this time? They would endure hardships together. Duan Lingtian smiled and didn't continue persuading the two of them. In any case, as far as he was concerned, everything before his eyes was only a farce and was nothing to worry about. Yes, I'm Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian walked towards Xuelu in large strides with a carefree expression, as if the person before him wasn't a ferocious tiger, but a docile kitten. Shui Lu squinted his eyes, and his fierce gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian. You actually dared to use inscriptions to cripple my son's Dantian and destroy his future, his entire life. Did you think of the consequences before you did this? Duan Lingtian shrugged, his gaze calm, and the corners of his mouth carried a trace of a smile from beginning to end. He turned the spatial ring on his right hand as he said, Commander Shui, before today, I didn't know your son. Why didn't you ask me why I crippled his Dantian? Humph. Shui Lu's face sank as he coldly shouted, I don't want to know why you crippled my son's Dantian, nor do I have any interest in knowing. All I know is that today, you, Duan Lingtian, will die without a doubt. Are you so sure? Duan Lingtian spun the spatial ring at a slightly faster speed, and a trace of disdain appeared in his eyes. You will soon know why I am so sure. Shui Lu's eyes were filled with killing intent as he took a step forward with an imposing aura. Shui Lu. Right at this moment, a figure that was like a ghost instantly flashed out from within Paladin Academy and descended before Duan Lingtian, protecting Duan Lingtian behind him as he confronted Shui Lu. When he saw Shui Lu intending to make a move against him, Duan Lingtian was already prepared to activate the bone corrosion inscription to annihilate Shui Lu. The figure in front of him appeared out of nowhere, and Duan Lingtian stopped what he was doing. Vice Principal. When he saw the old man, Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised, but he still greeted the old man. Duan Lingtian, you really know how to cause trouble. The gray-clothed old man, the vice principal of Paladin Academy, Zhang Xiong, shook his head and laughed. Duan Lingtian rubbed his nose and laughed embarrassedly. Zhang Xiong. Shui Lu's movements slowed down as well, and his face sank as he looked at Zhang Xiong. I respect Paladin Academy, so I didn't forcefully barge in to kill this Duan Lingtian. Now, outside Paladin Academy, do you still want to obstruct me? Zhang Xiong lightly smiled. Commander Shui is exaggerating. I naturally won't pay attention to matters outside Paladin Academy, then why aren't you moving aside? Shui Lu's eyes went cold as he interrupted Zhang Xiong with a deep voice. Right at this moment, a large luxurious carriage came from afar, and it attracted the attention of everyone. Even Shui Lu couldn't help but frown. The carriage directly charged towards the entrance of Paladin Academy, but it was stopped by the soldiers of the City Guard Army. K off. The face of the old man acting as the coachman sank as he pushed out with his palm. Vast amounts of origin energy condensed into a palm print that whistled out and blasted all the City Guard Army soldiers that were blocking the carriage flying. Giddy up. The old man swung the horsewhip in his hand, and the carriage pulled by 3 large horses directly charged in. Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised when he saw the old man. If he didn't remember wrongly, this old man was precisely the Duan clan's 3rd elder. To be able to make the Duan clan's 3rd elder drive the carriage, then the person within the carriage surely had an extremely distinguished status. Duan Lingtian was curious. Who would it be? Shui Lu, you're really awe-inspiring. An aged voice filled with rage sounded out from within the carriage. Subsequently, Duan Qiu stood at the side and welcomed the old man from within the carriage. Grand Elder. Duan Lingtian's eyes constricted when he saw the old man who came out, and he was slightly surprised. The Duan clan's Grand Elder was completely different from the Su clan and Shao clan's Grand Elders. The Duan clan's Grand Elder, Duan Zhen, was the previous patriarch of the Duan clan, and his status was extraordinary. His status in the Duan clan surpassed the patriarch and was equal to the other supreme elders. Shui Lu's face sank when he saw the old man appear. Although he'd heard that this Duan Lingtian had returned to the Duan clan to acknowledge his ancestors, he never imagined that this old man would personally come for Duan Lingtian. Senior Duan Zhen. Shui Lu took a deep breath, then looked at Duan Zhen and slightly bowed. Shui Lu, you made such a big show just for the sake of dealing with an 18-year-old youth of my Duan clan. Duan Zhen's calm gaze descended onto Shui Lu. Instantly, Xuelu felt a wave of pressure, and he took a deep breath and said in a clear voice, Senior Duanzhen, Xuelu came here this time for the sake of taking revenge for my son. I know that this Duan Lingtian is a genius disciple of your Duan clan, but he crippled my son's Dantian and destroyed my son's life. I swore before my son that so long as I, Xuelu, still have a breath left, this Duan Lingtian won't live past tomorrow. So, Senior Duanzhen, I'll ask for your forgiveness after I've taken revenge for my son. Xuelu's words weren't courteous in the slightest. Xueyun really has a good son. Good, good. Duanzhen's eyes constricted, and a trace of a fierce light flashed within. Then let me see how you make our Duan clan's Duan Lingtian won't live past tomorrow with me, Duanzhen, here today. Senior Duanzhen, I respect you as a senior, but don't go too far. Xuelu's face sank, and he completely turned hostile. Too far. Ha ha ha. Duanzhen started laughing, and within his wanton laughter was traces of a terrifying aura. Duan Lingtian noticed the difference in this aura at the first possible moment, and his eyes constricted as he was shocked in his heart. This Grand Elder is actually in existence at the half-step void stage. Right, he's an expert of the Duan clan's older generation after all. Half-step void stage. Xuelu's pupils constricted, and he had an astonished expression as he looked at Duanzhen. You're actually at the half-step void stage. I'm from the same generation as your father, Xueyun. Even that old fellow Xueyun has broken through, could it be that I'm inferior to him? Duanzhen couldn't help but sneer when he saw Xuelu's expression. Meanwhile, the gazes of the surrounding Paladin Academy students lit up. Of course, they didn't know what a half-step void stage was. They only thought that Duanzhen was a void stage expert. This Duan clan's Grand Elder is actually a void stage expert. As expected of the previous generation's Duan clan patriarch, his strength is truly shocking. Duan Lingtian ought to be fine today. Even a void stage expert has appeared. Even though this Xuelu is the commander of the city guard army, he's probably helpless. Amidst the discussions of the Paladin Academy students, Xuelu's expression became more and more unsightly. He never imagined that the Duan clan would actually dispatch a half-step void stage expert for Duan Lingtian. With this half-step void stage expert present, not to mention him, even if he led the 1,000 city guard army soldiers behind him, they still wouldn't be able to stop the half-step void stage expert. It would be extremely easy for the half-step void stage expert to take away Duan Lingtian. Let's go. As he thought up to here, Xuelu chose to retreat in order to advance. His icy cold eyes that concealed killing intent flashed past Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's brows raised, and he didn't take Xuelu's threat to heart. As far as he was concerned, if Xuelu dared come look for him, then Xuelu was purely courting death. However, the appearance of the Grand Elder, Duanzhen, today had allowed him to save a bone corrosion inscription. The city guard army arrived menacingly, and now that all of them had retreated, it caused some of the people that came to watch the show to be unable to refrain from sighing. I originally thought that this Commander Xuelu was going to go all out, but I never imagined that he would only be all bark and no bite. Exactly, truly boring, a waste of my time. It can't be considered to be a waste of time. At least we know the ins and outs of the matter. This Duan Lingtian is too awesome, he actually crippled Commander Xuelu's only son. Yeah, this isn't something that anyone dares to do. After the group of city guard army retreated, the crowd of people that came to watch the show dispersed as well. Thank you, Grand Elder, for helping me out of this predicament. Duan Lingtian smiled to Duanzhen. Even if Duanzhen didn't come, he still had the confidence to escape, but since Duanzhen had come, he'd saved a bone corrosion inscription for him, so he still had to thank Duanzhen. You little fellow, you're really a troublemaker. Duanzhen shook his head, and then his gaze descended onto the nearby gray-clothed old man. Zhan Xiong, long time no see. It has indeed been a long time. No matter what, it's been over 10 years. Zhang Xiong nodded, and he obviously knew Duan Zhen. I'll be taking my leave first. Duan Zhen nodded to Zhang Xiong, then looked at Duan Lingtian. Little fellow, I'll send you back. Grand Elder, there's no need, I can return by myself. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Duan Zhen nodded and didn't say anything before boarding the carriage once more and leaving directly. Duan Lingtian, aren't you worried that Xue Lu will come back and kill you? Zhang Xiong looked at Duan Lingtian as he asked with a smile. I do hope that he comes back again. Under Zhang Xiong's dumbstruck expression, Duan Lingtian bid his farewells to Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun before leaving as well. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun heaved a sigh of relief. I never imagined that the Duan clan's Grand Elder would personally come. Could it be that Duan Lingtian knew beforehand? No wonder he was so calm. Xiao Yu's brows slightly twitched as he guessed. To think that we were worried about him. Xiao Sun laughed bitterly as he shook his head. Meanwhile, the group of students at the entrance of Paladin Academy had dispersed as well. However, their hearts were still filled with shock. The Duan clan actually thinks so highly of Duan Lingtian. Chapter 198. After leaving Paladin Academy, Duan Lingtian walked into a remote alley. Without any warning, he abruptly turned around and looked towards the end of the alley, then his gaze focused as he spoke with a calm tone. Come out. Instantly, two old men slowly walked out. Their faces were filled with shock, as it was difficult for them to imagine that Duan Lingtian was actually able to notice their tracks. Sixth Elder, Eighth Elder. Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile to the two old men. These two old men were precisely the Duan clan's Sixth Elder and Eighth Elder. Obviously, they were sent by the Duan clan to protect him. Elders, both of you can return. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled to the two old men, then his figure flashed out as if transforming into a nimble spirit serpent as he concealed himself at the corner of the alley ahead. The two old men followed, but noticed that Duan Lingtian had vanished without a trace. They searched for a long time, but were unable to find Duan Lingtian. For a time, their faces were filled with shock. This Duan Lingtian is truly extraordinary. Not only was he able to notice us following him, he was even able to easily shake us off. Even the Duan Ruffeng from all those years ago was far from being so abnormal. Never mind, since he's able to notice us and shake us off, he's naturally able to notice others and shake them off as well. It's meaningless for us to follow him, let's return. The two old men glanced at each other and were able to see the bitter smiles on each other's faces, then they shook their heads and directly left to return to the Duan clan estate to report to the patriarch, Duan Ruhua. And now, Duan Lingtian was walking on the way home when two sounds of wind swept over and descended beside him. Young master. It was precisely Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang. Where did you two fellows run off to earlier? Could it be that you weren't afraid that Xue Lu would kill me? Duan Lingtian said angrily. Young master, we were with the Marquis earlier. We wanted to make a move, but were stopped by the Marquis. Zhang Qian had a bitter smile and an innocent expression. Uncle Nye. Even he knows. Duan Lingtian suddenly understood, and a trace of warmth rose in his heart. Looks like even if the bone corrosion inscription didn't exist today, the Vice Dean, Zhang Xiong, and the Duan clan's Grand Elder, Duan Zhen, he would still be fine. Although an entire afternoon had passed, Duan Lingtian's mood had not completely calmed down. Even the two girls at home noticed that something was wrong with Duan Lingtian. I'm fine. Duan Lingtian smiled in the face of the two girls' concern. He went back to his room, lay on the soft bed, and looked at the ceiling. His eyes shone with a cold light. If I had crippled Tong Li's cultivation the first time I met her, then perhaps the incident with Tang Guo wouldn't have happened. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. He would never see that female student who worshipped him so much in the future. Although Tang Guo was just a passerby in his life, she was now deeply engraved in his heart. During this night, Duan Lingtian thought of many things. In the end, his mentality was also undergoing a tremendous change. Duan Lingtian's current change in mentality would cause those who went against him in the future to not have a good ending. The next day, Duan Lingtian made a trip to the Divine Might Marquis estate. Divine Might Marquis Nia Yuan couldn't help but shake his head and smile when he saw Duan Lingtian. "Kid, what did you come here for this time?" Nia Yuan didn't mention a single word about the matter of the city guard army commander, Xue Lu. Or perhaps, in his eyes, Xue Lu was nothing. "Uncle Nia, I came here this time to ask for 2 quotas from you." Duan Lingtian went straight to the point. "Quotas?" Nia Yuan was stunned and was unable to react for a moment. "Paladin Academy's Star Mastermind Department's quota for the reinforcements that will depart in 20+ days. I have 2 friends who want to go with me, and I've already promised them." Duan Lingtian explained. "So it's this, no problem. When your big brother Nia returns, I'll tell him and ask him to add 2 more quotas." "What are the names of those 2 people?" Nia Yuan had a casual expression. As to him, this was only a small matter. "Xiao Yu, Xiao Sun." Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he spoke. "So they're members of the Xiao clan." However, this Xiao Sun seems to be the younger brother of the Xiao clan's genius alchemist, Xiao He, right? As Nia Yuan finished speaking, he glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. Who would have thought? The genius in the martial Dao Duan Lingtian, whose name had spread like wildfire within the imperial city, was precisely the young genius alchemist who had once defeated Xiao He in the Alchemist Guild's main guild. Duan Lingtian naturally knew what Nia Yuan meant, and he lightly smiled. "Even if Xiao He saw me now, he might not be able to recognize me. Moreover, even if he recognized me, it wouldn't affect my relationship with Xiao Sun." This was something that Duan Lingtian was extremely confident in. He still remembered that when he met Xiao Sun for the first time, Xiao Sun's words were filled with admiration towards the genius alchemist who defeated Xiao He without the slightest bit of resentment. "That's true. That day, your ability to disguise your appearance is truly unfathomable." Nia Yuan shook his head and smiled, then glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. "Sometimes, I really want to break open your head and see what other secrets are hidden within." Since the appearance of this nephew of his, he had brought him wave after wave of shock. Fortunately, his heart was strong enough, otherwise, he might really have a heart attack from this nephew of his. Duan Lingtian rubbed his nose and laughed embarrassedly. "Right, didn't you say that you could refine a grade 8 spirit cleansing pill for your grandpa Nia once you stepped into the origin core stage?" Suddenly, Nia Yuan seemed to have thought of something, and his gaze shone. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched. He was currently still a step away from the 7th level of the core formation stage, let alone the origin core stage. Of course, he understood that this Uncle Nia was surely the same as the others and thought that he had broken through to the origin core stage. He didn't explain and casually found an excuse. "Uncle Nia, you have to give me some time to transform my grade 9 pill fire into a grade 8 pill fire, right?" Nia Yuan laughed embarrassedly when he heard this. Only now did he remember that even if one's cultivation had reached a certain level, it wasn't so easy to increase the grade of an alchemist. Within the Crimson Sky Kingdom, there were many people with a cultivation at the nascent soul stage but were only grade 9 alchemists. Purely based on the pill fire of an alchemist, the origin energy within a nascent soul stage martial artist's body was sufficient to condense a grade 6 pill fire. However, the improvement of pill fire required relying on the alchemist's natural talent. Not to mention the nascent soul stage, a person with insufficient natural talent would only be a grade 9 alchemist even if he broke through to the void prying stage, and was even unable to become a grade 9 alchemist. "It's Uncle Nia who's too impatient." Nia Yuan shook his head and smiled, then said, "Go take a look at your grandpa Nia. During this period of time, he often talked about you to me. Yesterday, he heard that the City Guard Army's commander Xue Lu had brought troops to block you at the entrance of Paladin Academy, and even said that he wanted to kill Xue Lu." Duan Lingtian was stunned. He never imagined that the old man's temper would be so fiery. However, a trace of warmth still arose in his heart. Grandpa Nye. When Duan Lingtian saw the old man was watering the flowers and plants in the rear courtyard, and he was extremely content. When the old man saw Duan Lingtian, his muddy eyes lit up with a dazzling sheen. Little Tian, you've come. Duan Lingtian helped the old man sit down and lightly smiled. Grandpa, your body has been much better recently, right? The old man nodded. The medicinal strength of the grade 9 spirit cleansing pill has already completely expelled the poison within my internal organs, and the remaining poison has been suppressed by the grade 9 spirit cleansing pill within my body and Dantian, so it's not a big problem. That's good. Once I become a grade 8 alchemist, I'll refine a grade 8 spirit cleansing pill for Grandpa Nya and completely remove the remaining poison. Duan Lingtian nodded, as this outcome was within his expectations. I heard that you're going to go to war with Fun. The old man asked. Yeah, I want to go experience it. Duan Lingtian smiled. Experiencing it is good as well. The battlefield is a place to temper one. As the old man spoke, his gaze became slightly misty, as if he had returned to the days when he spent half his life in the military, and an aura of slaughter seemed to rise up from his body. This aura of slaughter was extremely terrifying, even surpassing the divine might Marquis, Nye Yuan. The following period of time was calm and tranquil. The commander of the city guard army, Shui Lu, and the fifth prince seemed to have completely vanished without a trace. Of course, Duan Lingtian wouldn't feel that they were merciful and gave up on taking revenge for Shui Lang and Tong Li. All of this was probably just the calm before the storm. Paladin Academy, Star Mastermind Department's Grade 1 classroom. The name list of the Star Mastermind Department students that will be accompanying the reinforcements to the northwest border has been released. On the platform, Sima Changfeng slowly spoke. Teacher Sima, why are you saying this? Could it be that someone from our class obtained a spot? Instantly, many students were stunned. In next to no time, they tacitly looked at the violet-clothed youth that sat in the distance. It should be Duan Lingtian. Nonsense, who else could it be besides Duan Lingtian? Some students whispered in discussion. In next to no time, besides Duan Lingtian, all the other students looked at Sima Changfeng, waiting for him to announce. Especially Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun, who stared at Sima Changfeng without blinking. Although Duan Lingtian said it wasn't a problem, they were still slightly perturbed. Duan Lingtian. Sima Changfeng announced the first name. Xiao Yu, Xiao Sun. Sima Changfeng continued. Actually, when he first received the name list, he was slightly surprised as well. Duan Lingtian was recommended by him, so it was normal for Duan Lingtian to be on the name list. But he didn't recommend the other two. When Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun heard what Sima Changfeng said, their eyes lit up. They looked at each other and could see the excitement in each other's eyes. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun also have a spot. Instantly, the remaining students all looked at Sima Changfeng, hoping that Sima Changfeng would call out their names. But unfortunately, Sima Changfeng's following words completely dispelled their thoughts. Chapter 199. Finally unable to restrain yourself. At dusk, Duan Lingtian walked out of Paladin Academy and directly walked into the secluded alley, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's figure flashed as he flew out. Instantly, his figure vanished around the corner at the other end of the alley. After Duan Lingtian left, a figure that was like a ghost followed after him. In next to no time, another two figures appeared. Not good. That person's target is the young master. The last two people to appear were precisely Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang, and their expressions couldn't help but go pale. But no matter how they searched, they were unable to find a trace of Duan Lingtian. Why did the young master avoid even us? Zhao Gang was slightly worried. Perhaps the young master noticed that person's strength wasn't simple, so he chose to avoid. With the speed that person revealed earlier, he's at least in existence at the 8th or 9th level of the nascent soul stage. Zhang Qian had a serious expression. We can't do anything now, and can only return and wait for news from the young master. Zhao Gang deeply agreed. If Duan Lingtian wanted to hide, it would be utterly impossible for them to find Duan Lingtian. At the same time, outside an empty courtyard house nearby, a violet-colored figure stopped moving. There was practically no one in the surroundings, and it was a secluded area of the inner city. Whoosh! Right at this moment, an awe-inspiring strong wind swept over, and an aged figure appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. This was an old man with a pair of eyes that flickered with cold lights as he stared at Duan Lingtian, as if he wanted to tear Duan Lingtian into pieces. Duan Lingtian frowned. He originally thought that the old man was sent by the city guard army commander Xuelu or the fifth prince, but now it would seem that it wasn't so. If the old man was only following orders, he ought to not be so hostile towards him. Chen Shi could clearly feel the old man's hatred towards him, and it was hatred that reached the bone. Who are you? Duan Lingtian looked at the old man and asked with a low voice. Who am I? The old man couldn't help but sneer when he heard what Duan Lingtian said. Duan Lingtian, looks like you've offended too many people, so you utterly don't know who came to take revenge on you. However, I truly never imagined that the Duan clan would send a half-step void stage expert to personally make a move for you and obstruct that city guard army commander Xuelu. However, you will still die here today. As the old man spoke, his eyes glowed with killing intent. At the same time, the origin energy on the old man's body flashed irregularly, and 1,200 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above him, 9th level of the nascent soul stage. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. Although he wasn't at the half-step void stage, being at the 9th level of the nascent soul stage was enough to shock others. This old man was absolutely the strongest expert below the half-step void stage that he'd seen. You're the Su clan's grand elder, Su Nan. An existence at the 9th level of the nascent soul stage that hated him to the bone. Before long, Duan Lingtian guessed the old man's identity. However, didn't the Duan clan help him solve the problem of the Su clan? He believed that the Duan clan's patriarch, Duan Ruhua, wouldn't lie to him. It looked like this Su Nan was very likely to be obstinate. Otherwise, he wouldn't have personally made a move. You're very smart, actually being able to guess that it was me. Su Nan's eyes emitted a vicious sheen, and his voice was icy cold and piercing to the bone. Duan Lingtian, only Tong, was left in my line of succession. You've destroyed him, destroyed his hope, and destroyed the expectations I had for him. As he finished speaking, Su Nan was slightly deranged. Duan Lingtian's eyes went cold as he ridiculed. Su Nan, why don't you think about it? If he didn't take the initiative to provoke me and even threaten to cripple my cultivation, how could I give him a taste of his own medicine? As far as I'm concerned, everything he did was his own doing. If you want to blame someone, then blame yourself for not properly teaching him how to conduct himself. Arrogant, conceited, and condescending. Even if I didn't cripple him, there would come a day when he would die at the hands of another. Duan Lingtian's words struck at Su Nan's heart. Su Nan's expression became more and more unsightly, and the killing intent in his eyes was difficult to restrain. It's useless no matter what you say. Today, you're dead for sure. Then let's see if you have the ability. Duan Lingtian sneered as he used his hand to turn the spatial ring on his hand, and his icy cold gaze descended onto Su Nan. So long as it wasn't in existence at the half-step void stage, he wasn't afraid. You're about to die, yet you can still laugh. After I kill you, I'll cut off your head and bring it back to the Su clan for my grandson to admire. As soon as Su Nan finished speaking, his body trembled and he moved. 1,200 ancient mammoth silhouettes dashed out along with Su Nan. Everywhere Su Nan passed, sand and dust shot up into the sky, and his entire body pulled out numerous shocking afterimages. In the blink of an eye, Su Nan had approached Duan Lingtian. So fast. At the instant Su Nan's figure moved, Duan Lingtian's legs that were filled with origin energy since long ago abruptly shook, and he dodged to the side. At the instant Su Nan reacted and intended to pounce towards him, Duan Lingtian activated the inscription on his spatial ring. Bone corrosion inscription. A strand of gray flowing light flew out from the spatial ring and locked onto Su Nan. Its speed was so swift that it even surpassed Su Nan's current speed. At the instant Su Nan pounced towards Duan Lingtian, he saw this strand of gray flowing light that flashed over, and his heart instantly started trembling. He could clearly sense it. This was an extremely terrifying inscription. It brought him extreme pressure. Just as this thought of panic arose within his mind, the strand of gray flowing light blasted onto his body. Instantly, Su Nan felt a wave of extreme pain come from every bone in his body, causing him to be unable to refrain from emitting a shrill cry, and his voice was almost hoarse. At the moment when his consciousness was on the verge of death, he felt his body collapse with a bang. Even if it wasn't the first time Duan Lingtian had seen the unsightly corpse before him, he still felt a wave of disgust as he looked at it. Hiss! Duan Lingtian ignited a strand of pill fire and burned Su Nan's corpse, then he took Su Nan's spatial ring. The Su clan's Grand Elder. From today onwards, there's going to be a change of people. Duan Lingtian's cold and indifferent gaze swept past the dust that had transformed into ashes in the blink of an eye, then he turned around and left. On the way, Duan Lingtian claimed ownership of Su Nan's spatial ring. Not bad. Although it's far inferior to the wealth that Duan Rulei left behind for me, this wealth can still be considered to be a profitable transaction. Duan Lingtian glanced at the contents of the spatial ring and his face revealed a satisfied smile. There was roughly around 30 million silver. Adding on the wealth he obtained in the past, including Duan Rulei's, Duan Lingtian already had close to 300 million silver in his possession. The silver that circulated in the Crimson Sky Kingdom was the unified silver that circulated in the Dark Han dynasty. As long as the Dark Han dynasty still existed, these silver would never lose their effectiveness and could be exchanged for gold, silver, and other valuables at any time. The Crimson Sky Kingdom was only a vassal kingdom under the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Whereas the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom was only one of the 100+ imperial kingdoms that were under the rule of the Dark Han dynasty. I don't lack money for a short period of time. But when it comes to money, the more the better. In the future, along with the advancement of my cultivation, the grade of the medicinal pills and spirit weapons I need to refine would be higher, and the materials I require would become more and more precious. As for inscriptions, they're even more of a money-burning thing. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, wishing for nothing more than a few more people like Su Nan would throw themselves at him and give him money. When he returned to the vicinity of his own courtyard house, Duan Lingtian noticed Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang standing at the entrance of his courtyard house, gazing at him. Obviously, they were waiting for him. Young master. When they saw Duan Lingtian return, Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang went up to greet him. Have the two of you been slacking off recently? You were actually shaken off by me again. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he pretended to be serious. Young master, how would we dare slack off? But, your anti-tracking technique is something that we're still unable to catch up to, and it's difficult for us to distinguish the real from the fake. Zhang Qian had a bitter smile and helplessness on his face. Although Zhao Gang didn't speak, he still nodded in all seriousness. Alright, stop flattering me. Let's go home. Duan Lingtian took the lead and walked into the courtyard house. Young master, where's the person that chased after you? Zhang Qian asked curiously. I've already shaken off all of you, could it be that I still can't shake him off? Duan Lingtian glanced at Zhang Qian with disdain, but didn't explain the truth of the matter. Su Nan was the Grand Elder of the Fang clan after all, and if it wasn't necessary, he didn't want to cause more trouble. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang came to a sudden understanding. They would leave in another half a month. During this period of time, besides cultivating and inscribing the bone corrosion inscription, Duan Lingtian tried his best to find time to accompany the two little girls at home. The passage of time always flew by. In the blink of an eye, the day of the reinforcement troops' departure approached. In the past half a month, Duan Lingtian had inscribed the bone corrosion inscription on the pile of spatial rings that he had obtained. At the same time, he asked Xiong Quan to gather a large amount of materials for inscribing the bone corrosion inscription and pile them up within his spatial ring, in case of an emergency. Besides preparing these things sufficiently, his cultivation had smoothly broken through to the 7th level of the core formation stage 10 days ago, and he'd consumed the dragon blood pill and completed the tempering of his fleshly body for the 7th level of the core formation stage. Because of this, his strength had increased by the strength of 3 ancient mammoths. Even if he didn't use a spirit weapon, the current him was still capable of drawing upon the energy of heaven and earth and developing 19 ancient mammoth silhouettes when he fully exerted his strength. He was only 1 ancient mammoth away from the 1st level of the origin core stage. The day after tomorrow is the day of the reinforcement troops' departure. Deep into the night, Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged on the bed and closed his eyes to cultivate for a while before preparing to sleep. Right at this moment, the sound of knocking sounded out. Kerr. Duan Lingtian's spiritual force sensed who was outside the door at the first possible moment. Only after opening the door did he notice that Kerr was standing outside the door in her pajamas. Kerr, it's so late. Why haven't you slept yet? Duan Lingtian smiled. Young master, you're going to the battlefield the day after tomorrow. I want to accompany you. Kerr said in a light voice, her delicate body lightly trembling, and her cheeks flushed red. Duan Lingtian swallowed a mouthful of saliva. In his eyes, the shy Kerr was no different than a celestial maiden that had fallen to the mortal world. In the end, Duan Lingtian's lower abdomen heated up, and he couldn't endure it any longer. He carried Kerr by the waist and threw her onto the bed. He kicked the door shut and pounced on her like a hungry wolf. Chapter 200. The next day, noon. Paladin Academy's cafeteria. Tianhu. Duan Lingtian glanced at Tianhu, then glanced at Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun beside him. You two speak. What's so mysterious? Tianhu had an astonished expression as he glanced at Duan Lingtian, then looked at Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun. Let me speak. Xiao Sun looked at Tianhu and lightly smiled. Tianhu, starting tomorrow, you'll probably have to eat lunch alone in this cafeteria. What do you mean? Tianhu frowned. You 3 fellows, why are you being so mysterious today? Are you guys planning on taking a leave of absence and going on a long trip? Xiao Sun shook his head. It can be considered going on a long trip, but it's not taking a leave of absence. Tomorrow, we'll join the reinforcements heading to the northwest border and become one of them, heading to the northwest border battlefield. Tianhu was stunned and extended his hand to touch Xiao Sun's forehead. Xiao Sun, you don't have a fever. Why are you talking nonsense? Tianhu naturally didn't believe Xiao Sun's words. If a student of Paladin Academy wanted to enter the battlefield, even if it was the Star General Department, the minimum requirement was to be a second-year student. The Star Mastermind Department was even harsher. Usually, only a few 5th and 6th-year students could participate. Tianhu, Xiao Sun isn't talking nonsense. We're really leaving tomorrow. Xiao Yu noticed that Tianhu didn't believe him and said. Hearing Xiao Yu's words, Tianhu was somewhat doubtful and looked at Duan Lingtian, wanting to make a final confirmation. Duan Lingtian nodded. F***K. Tianhu glared. How did you guys get a spot? You guys aren't brothers enough. You guys can slip away and leave me alone. Tianhu, didn't you say it yourself? As a student of the Star General Department, you'll have the chance to enter the battlefield sooner or later. As for us, it's very likely that this will be the only time. Xiao Sun patted Tianhu's shoulder and smiled. Hearing this, Tian Hu's face instantly fell and he bitterly smiled helplessly. In the afternoon, Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged on a large tree at the side of the martial arts practice field and cultivated. Unknowingly, a wave of noise sounded out by his ear. Duan Lingtian. A pleasant voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears, and he felt a sense of déjà vu. Duan Lingtian came back to his senses and looked not far away. Only then did he discover a beautiful figure standing there like a fairy. The woman had a beauty that could overshadow the moon and shame the flowers, a beauty that could captivate the birds and beasts. Princess Baiyao. Duan Lingtian was stunned. He did not expect Princess Baiyao to appear here. At this moment, Duan Lingtian noticed that the group of Star Mastermind Department students, including Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun, were all looking at him, and most of them had faces full of envy and jealousy. On the other hand, Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun had ambiguous expressions. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly and jumped down from the tree. Very quickly, Duan Lingtian saw that Princess Baiyao seemed to say something to the old woman behind her. The old woman nodded, and shortly after, Princess Baiyao walked towards him alone. Princess. Duan Lingtian nodded and smiled to Princess Baiyao, which could be considered as a greeting. Princess Baiyao's pretty cheeks were slightly red, and she had a lovely and moving appearance. Duan Lingtian, I heard that you're leaving the Imperial City with the reinforcements tomorrow and heading towards the northwest border, yes? Duan Lingtian nodded. Princess, why are you at Paladin Academy? Princess Baiyao lightly smiled. I came to look for my seventh brother, and then I thought of coming to see you while I was at it. As she finished speaking, Princess Baiyao's face became even redder. Seventh brother? Duan Lingtian was shocked. The seventh prince was at Paladin Academy as well? It's rare for the princess to still remember me. I'm truly overwhelmed by your favor. Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he lightly smiled. Duan Lingtian, there's only you and me here. There's no need to be so restrained. Princess Baiyao shook her head as she spoke. Yes. Although Duan Lingtian agreed, there was still no change in his attitude, causing Princess Baiyao to gradually feel somewhat helpless. She glanced at Duan Lingtian with hidden bitterness. After chatting for a while longer, Princess Baiyao finally left. Duan Lingtian, you're really something. The princess actually personally came to look for you. Xiao Sun walked over with a face full of envy and jealousy. As expected of the number one beauty in the Imperial City. Her reputation is well deserved. Xiao Yu couldn't help but sigh, and at the same time, he deeply glanced at Duan Lingtian. How could this guy be so popular with beauties? First it was Li Fei, then it was his sister, and now it was Princess Baiyao. These three women were undoubtedly beauties with looks capable of causing the downfall of nations, but all of them had fallen head over heels for Duan Lingtian. I hope that with the passage of time, Lan Er will be able to forget him. Xiao Yu sighed in his heart. Although he didn't mind Duan Lingtian becoming his brother-in-law. But when he thought about how Duan Lingtian already had a woman by his side, he wasn't willing to let his sister jump into the fire pit and share a husband with another woman. Meanwhile, the surroundings were in an uproar. Did you see that? Even Princess Baiyao came to look for Duan Lingtian. Yeah, I never imagined that Duan Lingtian's charm would be so great. In terms of age, Duan Lingtian is about the same as Princess Baiyao, and they look like a perfect match. Not only a perfect match, they're simply a match made in heaven. The number one beauty in the Imperial City, the number one genius in the Crimson Sky Kingdom's younger generation, could it be that this is a marriage predestined by the heavens? Similar discussions spread out from the side of the martial arts practice grounds, and quickly spread throughout the entire martial arts practice grounds. Moreover, the more it spread, the more outrageous it became. Some people even said that His Majesty the Emperor intended to bestow a marriage between Duan Lingtian and Princess Baiyao. On the other side of the martial arts practice grounds, a few 25-year-old senior students were surrounding a blue-clothed young man with a graceful bearing and extraordinarily handsome appearance as they listened to him speak of something. The blue-clothed young man revealed strong confidence between his brows, and a bright smile hung on his face as he spoke vividly. When the surrounding students looked at him, they all revealed a trace of respect. Big Brother Gu Xian. Suddenly, an anxious voice sounded out and interrupted the blue-clothed young man. What's the matter? The blue-clothed young man looked at the young man that ran up to him, and he frowned and was slightly displeased. Big Brother Gu Xian, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. But, this matter is related to Princess Bai Yao. The young man that rushed over hadn't finished speaking when he was interrupted by the blue-clothed young man. What did you say? Bai Yao. Bai Yao has come. The blue-clothed young man's eyes revealed traces of fanaticism, and his tone became anxious as well. That elegant and graceful temperament just now was instantly shattered by his own hand. Yes, she seems to have come to find the seventh prince. The young man hurriedly nodded. Is she still at the seventh prince's place? The blue-clothed young man hurriedly asked, and he had the intention of directly rushing over to see Princess Bai Yao. No, Princess Bai Yao has already left. The young man shook his head. Then why are you so surprised? The blue-clothed young man frowned, and a trace of disappointment flashed past his eyes. Big Brother Gu Xian, besides the seventh prince, Princess Bai Yao also went to see another person. The young man carefully glanced at the blue-clothed young man, and he was slightly hesitant. When the blue-clothed young man heard this, it was as if a fuse had been ignited, and his expression slightly changed. Who else did Bai Yao go to see? Duan Lingtian. The young man directly said. Duan Lingtian? The blue-clothed young man frowned, and he was slightly puzzled. How did Bai Yao know that first-year student? That person seemed to have only arrived at the imperial city a few months ago, right? At this moment. You didn't see it earlier, but not only did Princess Bai Yao take the initiative to look for Duan Lingtian, she even let the people beside her stay where they were, while she went over to whisper with Duan Lingtian. It can't be. Could it be that there's something between them? I also don't know. But I saw that she was chatting happily with Duan Lingtian, and when Princess Bai Yao left, I saw that her face was flushed red. Looks like Princess Bai Yao is interested in Duan Lingtian. The voices of two students who walked side by side entered the blue-clothed young man's ears, causing his expression to darken. If you dare to speak nonsense again, I'll pull out your tongues. The blue-clothed young man's gaze was grave and stern as he looked at the two students who passed by and coldly shouted. The two students' expressions changed, and they wanted to refute, but when they saw the blue-clothed young man, they were like mice that saw a cat, and hurriedly fled. Big Brother Gu Xian, what's the matter? Didn't you say that the Prime Minister and His Majesty had already privately reached an agreement that in 2 years, Princess Bai Yao would be betrothed to you? The person at the side had a puzzled expression. Gu Xian's face sank, and a trace of a cold light flashed within his eyes. Duan Lingtian. The others also realized Gu Xian's anger, and they all shut their mouths. However, they quickly noticed that rumors of the ambiguous relationship between Duan Lingtian and Princess Bai Yao were ceaselessly spreading throughout the martial arts practice grounds, on a large tree at the side of the martial arts practice grounds. Duan Lingtian yawned and looked at the sky. It was already close to dusk, and it was time to leave. Xiao Yu, Xiao Sun. Duan Lingtian called out to Xiao Yu, and the two of them walked out of Paladin Academy together. We're leaving tomorrow. Are you all prepared? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. Actually, there wasn't much to prepare, just some clothes to change into. Xiao Sun shook his head and smiled. When he thought of leaving with the reinforcements tomorrow and heading to the northwest border battlefield, he couldn't help but feel slightly excited. Xiao Yu was obviously the same. Paladin Academy's entrance was right before their eyes. Duan Lingtian. Right at this moment, a cold and indifferent voice sounded out from behind Duan Lingtian's group of three. Duan Lingtian's group of three stopped and turned around. Duan Lingtian looked into the distance. Presently, there was a handsome blue-clothed young man with a graceful bearing walking towards him with a few young men in tow. Gu Xian. Xiao Sun frowned when he saw the blue-clothed young man. Xiao Sun, you know him. Xiao Yu noticed the enmity between the blue-clothed young man's brows, and this enmity was precisely aimed at Duan Lingtian. This Gu Xian is the only son of Prime Minister Gu, and is also a grade 6 student of Paladin Academy's Star Mastermind department. His cultivation is at the 3rd level of the Origin Core stage. Most importantly, he inherited Prime Minister Gu's wisdom, and has his own views on the Tao of Prime Minister. He has the demeanor of forming his own school of thought. Xiao Sun slowly said. Prime Minister Gu. Chapter 201. In the Crimson Sky Kingdom, the Divine Might Marquis, the Grand General of Agile Cavalry, Nia Yuan, was undoubtedly the representative of the generals. Whereas in the aspect of ministers, the Prime Minister, Gu Yuting, was the most respected. Gu Yuting's status in the Crimson Sky Kingdom was extraordinary, and to a certain extent, he could be considered to be the spokesperson of the Emperor. Normally, all the large and small affairs of the Crimson Sky Kingdom had to go through his hands. Moreover, he himself was a half-step void stage expert. He's the son of Prime Minister Gu Yuting. Duan Lingtian frowned as he looked at Gu Xian, who was walking towards him with a menacing aura, and he was slightly bewildered. He was sure that today was absolutely the first time he'd seen this Gu Xian. However, this Gu Xian seemed to have extremely great enmity towards him, and this caused him to be rather puzzled. Presently, it had already been 4 months since Duan Lingtian had first arrived at the Imperial City, so, he was rather knowledgeable about some of the matters in the Imperial City. He'd also heard of the Prime Minister, Gu Yuting. Although Gu Yuting wasn't from a large clan, but because of the trust of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's emperor, his prime minister estate was extremely famous in the Imperial City. Even the members of the 3 great clans of the Imperial City didn't dare rashly offend the prime minister estate. Because everyone knew that behind Prime Minister Gu stood the supreme emperor of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian saw Gu Xian arrive before him. Is there something you need? Duan Lingtian's brows slightly twitched as he looked at Gu Xian and asked indifferently. Duan Lingtian, I'm warning you, stay away from Bai Yao. Gu Xian's expression was gloomy, and his eyes emitted a gloomy sheen as he stared straight at Duan Lingtian. At this moment, he seemed to have transformed into a highly venomous crimson snake. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding when he heard Gu Xian. Now he finally knew the reason why Gu Xian was so hostile towards him, so it was because of Princess Bai Yao. All along the way, he'd heard many discussions about him and Princess Bai Yao. Duan Lingtian didn't take those ridiculous guesses seriously and directly disregarded them. As far as he was concerned, there was no need to explain anything. Biao. You should be talking about Princess Biao, right? Duan Lingtian looked at Gu Xian calmly and asked. Not bad. Gu Xian's eyes flashed, and his tone was somewhat condescending. Did you hear what I said to you just now? Duan Lingtian's face darkened. Not to mention that there was nothing going on between him and Princess Bai Yao. Even if there was something going on, it wouldn't have anything to do with this Gu Xian, right? Duan Lingtian scoffed at Gu Xian's haughty attitude, and a trace of anger rose in his heart. So what if I heard it? So what if I didn't? Duan Lingtian's tone was very calm. Duan Lingtian, I know that your natural talent in the martial Tao is strong, and you're even a direct descendant of the Duan clan that is extremely sheltered. But in my eyes, you're nothing, understand? Gu Xian's voice instantly became incomparably gloomy. In Gu Xian's eyes, in the Imperial City, and even the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom, only the members of the Imperial family and the Divine Might Marquis estate were worthy of his attention. As for those 3 great clans, they weren't worth mentioning in his eyes. His father was the prime minister, the spokesperson of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's emperor. He was only below the emperor and above all. Oh. Duan Lingtian suddenly laughed. I'm really sorry, but you're also nothing in my eyes. After he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian didn't care about Gu Xian, who had a gloomy expression. He called out to Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun before walking out of Paladin Academy. This son of Prime Minister Gu is too arrogant. Xiao Yu frowned. Obviously, he couldn't stand Gu Xian's attitude towards Duan Lingtian. It's not strange. After all, he has a powerful father. Moreover, this Gu Xian's natural talent isn't bad, and he might even inherit the position of Prime Minister in the future. Xiao Sun shook his head as he slowly spoke. Duan Lingtian didn't say anything. As far as he was concerned, Gu Xian was only a profligate son of rich parents. He was no different than Su Tong and Xue Lang, who he crippled. So long as Gu Xian didn't go too far and didn't offend him. If Gu Xian went too far, he didn't mind teaching Gu Xian a lesson. That night, Duan Lingtian didn't cultivate, nor did he inscribe inscriptions. He'd finally realized the dream he'd always had, to sleep with the two little girls in his room and enjoy the pleasures of intimacy. The two girls seemed to have realized that Duan Lingtian would be leaving tomorrow and would be gone for at least a few months, so they allowed Duan Lingtian to do whatever he wanted. During the entire night, Duan Lingtian didn't know how many times he'd asked for it, and only when he was extremely tired did he fall into a deep sleep with the two little girls in his arms. The next day, after the two little girls got off the bed, their walking posture became slightly strange. A wisp of apology appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. Last night was too crazy. During breakfast, when facing their motherly rose-burning and ambiguous gaze, besides Duan Lingtian, who was thick-skinned and didn't pay attention to it, the two little girls lowered their heads and had embarrassed expressions. Little Black, Little White, stay at home and protect Kerr, Little Fei, and my mother. Understand? Duan Lingtian grabbed the two little pythons from his sleeve and tapped their little heads as he spoke in all seriousness. Hiss hiss, the two little pythons were more or less able to roughly understand Duan Lingtian's words, and they flicked their tongues as they nodded. Duan Lingtian saw a trace of reluctance in the intelligent eyes of the two little pythons. The two little pythons had obviously already begun to possess human nature. Mother, I'm leaving. At the entrance of the house, Duan Lingtian looked at his mother, who was tidying up his clothes, and had a smile on his face. Be careful. Li Ro said softly, with a bit of worry mixed in between her eyebrows. As the saying goes, a mother worries when a son travels 1,000 miles. Don't worry. Duan Lingtian nodded and smiled at the two little girls beside Li Ro. Help me take good care of my mother when I'm not here. I'll be back soon. Kerr and Li Fei both nodded. Two pairs of autumn eyes, glistening and teary. Xiong Quan, Jingru, when I'm not here, the family will depend on you too. Duan Lingtian looked at Xiong Quan and Jingru, who were standing at the side. Young master, don't worry. The two of them hurriedly nodded. In Jingru's eyes, there was also a trace of reluctance mixed in. In these few months, she had always been grateful to this young master, who had unconditionally trusted her. It was because of this young master's care that her family could live a well-fed life. All right, you can go back. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and turned to leave. He was really worried that if he took another glance, he wouldn't be willing to leave. Zhang Qian, Zhao Gang. After Duan Lingtian left the house, he suddenly spoke out. Whoosh! Whoosh! Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang instantly appeared by Duan Lingtian's side. Are the two of you following me, or returning to the Divine Might Marquis estate? Duan Lingtian asked. Young master, we'll go with you. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang spoke out in unison. Then continue to conceal yourselves. When we arrive at the battlefield, I'll further teach you techniques like tracking, concealment, and assassination. Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he slowly said, as long as I don't instruct you two, you're not allowed to reveal yourselves. Understand? Yes. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang hurriedly replied, and their eyes emitted burning gazes. They were filled with boundless yearning towards the various techniques Duan Lingtian planned to teach them. Before long, Duan Lingtian walked into Paladin Academy. Many people had already gathered in the martial arts practice grounds. Of course, most of them were from the Star General Department. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian had only taken 2 steps when he saw Xiao Sun waving his hand at him from afar, and he lightly smiled as he walked over. You two didn't bring a change of clothes? Duan Lingtian had a puzzled expression when he saw Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun both empty-handed. He'd also noticed that the other group of students were practically carrying bags of various sizes. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun instead seemed to stand out like cranes in a flock of chickens. Look! Xiao Sun raised his hand and displayed the simple and unadorned ring on his hand. I asked for a spatial ring from my grandfather yesterday. My things are all in Xiao Sun's spatial ring. Xiao Yu smiled. Duan Lingtian, the one on your hand is a spatial ring as well, right? Xiao Sun glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian, then his gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian's hand. Duan Lingtian nodded. Duan Lingtian, looks like the Duan clan really thinks highly of you, to even give you such a precious thing as a spatial ring. Xiao Yu naturally thought that Duan Lingtian's spatial ring was given to him by the Duan clan, and he had a face full of envy. Even he, the grandson of the Aurora City's Xiao clan's supreme elder, didn't have a spatial ring. Even to the extent that in the entire Aurora City's Xiao clan, only the patriarch and the supreme elder had spatial rings. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled and didn't explain. Duan Lingtian. Right at this moment, a sonorous voice sounded out from afar. A slightly robust young man around the age of 25 slowly walked towards Duan Lingtian with a smile on his face. You are? Duan Lingtian looked at the person with a puzzled expression, and he could feel that the person didn't have any hostility. I'm Duan Zhu, a branch family disciple of the Duan clan, and a grade 6 student of the Star General Department. Duan Lingtian, the patriarch asked me to pass this to you. The robust young man with a luggage bag on his arm extended his hand to pass a simple and unadorned ring to Duan Lingtian. It was a spatial ring. Under the surprised gazes of Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun, Duan Lingtian extended his hand to receive it, then he nodded and smiled to Duan Zhu. Thank you. You're welcome. After passing the spatial ring to Duan Lingtian, Duan Zhu laughed slyly before turning around and leaving. Duan Lingtian claimed ownership of the spatial ring, and he noticed that besides a few million silver, there was nothing else within the spatial ring. It ought to have been given to him by the patriarch, Duan Rufeng, to store his luggage. This spatial ring only had a space of 1 cubic meter, and it belonged to the lowest grade of spatial ring. Duan Lingtian, could it be that the spatial ring in your hand wasn't given to you by the Duan clan? Xiao Yu looked at Duan Lingtian with an astonished expression. That was given to me by the Grand Elder, but I never imagined that the Patriarch would send another one over. I'll take the money inside, and you can use this spatial ring. Chapter 202. However, Xiao Yu didn't accept the spatial ring that Duan Lingtian passed over, and he shook his head. Duan Lingtian, this is too precious, I can't accept it. You should keep it yourself, or leave it for Li Fei to use. Just take it since I'm giving it to you. When did you become so wishy-washy? Duan Lingtian shook his head as he stretched out his hand and directly stuffed the spatial ring into Xiao Yu's hand as he spoke angrily. Xiao Yu's eyes flashed as a trace of gratitude flashed within, but he didn't refuse again. If he were to refuse again at this time, then it would seem slightly pretentious. Thank you. Xiao Yu smiled at Duan Lingtian, and a trace of warmth arose within his heart. Only a grade 7 weapons craftsman was able to refine a spatial ring. Although it wasn't a spirit weapon, it was still a rare item, and the value of just one was no less than a few million. Moreover, it was a priceless item. The Vice Dean has arrived. Suddenly, Someone spoke, and instantly, the entire martial arts practice grounds became silent. The gazes of everyone descended onto the gray figure that slowly walked over from afar. It was a gray-clothed old man who revealed a trace of dignity between his brows as he walked over with large strides with an imposing manner that shot into the sky like a rainbow. He was precisely the Vice Dean of Paladin Academy, Zhang Xiong. After Zhang Xiong arrived, he spoke loudly. Students of the Star General Department, stand to the right. Students of the Star Mastermind Department, stand to the left. As soon as Zhang Xiong finished speaking, the stream of people in the martial arts practice grounds split into two. There were exactly 300 people of the Star General Department gathered together, forming a dense mass. On the other hand, there were 12 people standing sparsely in the Star Mastermind Department. Duan Lingtian, Xiao Yu, and Xiao Sun, these 3 Year 1 students, occupied a quarter of the people there. Duan Lingtian noticed that the Prime Minister's son, Gu Xian, was also within the group of people of the Star Mastermind Department, and beside him were 2 other people. Duan Lingtian had some impression of these 2 people, as they were by Gu Xian's side yesterday. Meanwhile, Gu Xian noticed Duan Lingtian's group of 3, and his face sank as he frowned. Vice Principal. Gu Xian suddenly opened his mouth. His voice was loud and suppressed most of the sparse voices in the martial arts practice field. Zhang Xiong looked at Gu Xian when he heard this. He naturally knew Gu Xian, the son of the Prime Minister. Gu Xian, do you have anything to say? Vice Dean, according to what I know, according to the rules of our Paladin Academy, when it comes to the battlefield, the lowest requirement for Star General students is the 2nd year, and the lowest requirement for Star Mastermind students is the 4th year. These 3 people are only first-year Star Mastermind students. I suspect that they want to fish in troubled waters and blend in with us to head to the battlefield at the northwest border. Gu Xian pointed at the Duan Lingtian trio. His voice was loud, and his eyes were filled with disdain. For a moment, the gazes of all the students present fell upon Duan Lingtian and the other 2. Isn't that Duan Lingtian? Also, the 2 people beside him seemed to be first-year students of the Star Mastermind Department. Could it be that they really want to fish in troubled waters and mix in with us to head to the northwest battlefield? As long as it isn't someone on the list, wanting to fish in troubled waters is practically impossible. Many students pointed and discussed animatedly. Gu Xian had a complacent expression as he glanced at the Duan Lingtian trio, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer, as if he'd already seen the scene of the Vice Dean Zhang Xiong driving the 3 of them away. This Gu Xian is really as disgusting as a fly. Xiao Sun's face sank, and a trace of fierceness flashed within his eyes. Duan Lingtian's gaze went cold as he took a step forward and looked at Gu Xian. Before Zhang Xiong could speak, Duan Lingtian spoke first with a loud voice that shot into the sky. Gu Xian, you keep talking about rules, but why have I never heard of the rule that first-year students of Paladin Academy's Star Mastermind Department can't enter the battlefield? Gu Xian met Duan Lingtian's gaze when he heard this, and he said with a mocking expression, although there isn't a written rule, but according to the past practice of Paladin Academy, it has always been like this. I can be sure that the 3 of you surely want to fish in troubled waters and slip through. Practice? Traces of coldness appeared in Duan Lingtian's eyes as he sneered. You said it was a practice, could it be that a practice can't be broken? You keep saying that we're fishing in troubled waters, then I'm curious, on what basis did you make this decision? Just because we're first-year students, you think we're inferior to you? You think we don't have the qualifications to appear here? Of course. How much do first-year students, especially students of the Star Mastermind Department, know about the Tao of Mastermind? Even if people like the 3 of you enter the battlefield, you'll only be a burden. Gu Xian sneered, and his words were filled with disdain towards Duan Lingtian's group of 3. Enough. Right at this moment, Zhang Xiong interrupted. Gu Xian, Duan Lingtian's group of 3 are indeed people on the list, you don't have to doubt this. Duan Lingtian was strongly recommended by teacher Sima. As for Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun, they're the junior marquis of the Divine Might Marquis estate, and they were personally added to the list by the commander of the reinforcements this time, General Nie Fen. So it's 3 fellows that got in through the back door. Hearing Zhang Xiong's explanation, Gu Xian looked at Duan Lingtian's group of 3 with a face full of ridicule and disdain. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun's faces sank as they glared angrily at Gu Xian. Idiot! Duan Lingtian looked at Gu Xian, and the corners of his mouth curled into a wisp of coldness as he slowly spat out 2 words. What did you say? Gu Xian's face went grim. This Duan Lingtian actually dared to call him an idiot? As the son of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's prime minister, it was the first time in his life that he'd been humiliated like this. Instantly, his chest was completely filled with flames of rage. Duan Lingtian turned his head and no longer paid any attention to the exasperated Gu Xian, allowing him to rage there. Duan Lingtian. Gu Xian's face sank, and his eyes flickered with traces of a vicious sheen as he stared at Duan Lingtian, and he swore in his heart. Just you wait, there will be a day when I'll kill you. Although he wished for nothing more than to explode out and kill Duan Lingtian right now, he still had some misgivings. Firstly, the vice dean was present now, and if he were to take the initiative to make a move, he would surely be in a passive position. Secondly, if Duan Lingtian used that strange inscription to attack him, he would be unable to guard against it. After all, even the son of the City Guard Army's commander, Xue Lu, Xue Lang, an existence at the 2nd level of the Origin Core stage, had his entire cultivation destroyed by Duan Lingtian's inscription. He'd always felt fear towards the inscription in Duan Lingtian's hand. So, if he didn't have 100% confidence, he wouldn't easily make a move. As the son of the Prime Minister, he naturally wasn't a simple-minded, well-developed idiot. Although he hated Duan Lingtian to the extreme in his heart, he wouldn't rashly make a move. This Gu Xian is pretty good at enduring. Duan Lingtian's eyes squinted and he was slightly surprised when he saw Gu Xian not make a move for a long time. As far as he was concerned, this Gu Xian was much more dangerous than Su Tong and Xue Lang. This was a person that knew how to endure silently. This sort of person was generally adept at hiding in the shadows and waiting for an opportunity to make a move, and was extremely terrifying. Alright, all of you go to the entrance now. General Nie Fen has already ordered people to prepare horses for all of you and is waiting there. Before long, 312 Paladin Academy students walked out of Paladin Academy in a formidable array under the lead of the Vice Dean, Zhang Xiong. Outside Paladin Academy's entrance, more than 300 armored soldiers were each sitting on a horse. In each of their hands, there was another horse that they were leading. These extra horses were obviously prepared for the group of Paladin Academy students. Vice Dean Zhan, a curly-bearded man that wore armor and had a stocky build, spurred his horse forward and arrived before Zhang Xiong before nodding to Zhang Xiong. Duan Lingtian looked at the curly-bearded man and his brows slightly twitched. He was able to discern that this curly-bearded man was in existence at the nascent soul stage and possessed extraordinary strength. Vice General Jiao, these are the students on the name list this time. Zhang Xiong slowly spoke in response. I'll be troubling Vice Dean Zhan. The curly-bearded man nodded, then instantly opened his mouth and roared. Students of Paladin Academy, get on your horses. Instantly, all 312 Paladin Academy students, including Duan Lingtian, got on their horses. There were exactly 312 horses. Vice Dean Zhan, farewell. The curly-bearded man cupped his hands towards Zhang Xiong, then spurred his horse to gallop out. Let's go. For a time, Duan Lingtian and the others mixed in with the armored soldiers and followed behind the curly-bearded man as they walked out of the imperial city in a formidable array. All along the way, they caused a great sensation. The people on the streets moved aside and saluted with their gazes towards this group of people. These are the reinforcements that Paladin Academy sent to the northwest border battlefield. As expected of the students of Paladin Academy, all of them are in high spirits and have extraordinary bearings. There's actually a youth, wearing violet clothes. Could it be that he's that genius martial artist, Duan Lingtian, that's been giving rise to much discussion recently? He should be. Besides him, Paladin Academy probably doesn't have such a young student. Before long, the gazes of many people descended onto Duan Lingtian and they all exclaimed in surprise. Duan Lingtian became the center of attention all along the way. Gu Xian's expression was extremely unsightly when he saw Duan Lingtian being so popular, and his gaze became even more gloomy and cold. Fifth Prince's Estate. Within the pergola, a young man with an extraordinary bearing was sitting across from a middle-aged general in light armor. At this time, that Duan Lingtian should have already set out. The young man's eyes focused as he slowly spoke. This time, we'll make sure he doesn't return. The middle-aged general's eyes focused as they flashed with bloodthirsty killing intent. Commander Shui, don't speak so early. Don't forget, Duan Lingtian has an offensive inscription that can deal with Origin Core martial artists. According to my knowledge, even the Su clan's Grand Elder's grandson, Su Tong, had his Dantian crippled by Duan Lingtian using an offensive inscription. Slight fear appeared on the young man's face. Don't worry, Fifth Prince, with a nascent soul martial artist making a move this time, we'll surely succeed. The middle-aged general was precisely the City Guard Army's commander, Shui Lu. Chapter 203. Outside the Imperial City. On the spacious open ground, a group of armored soldiers gathered together like a black cloud pressing down on the city, and their imposing manner shot into the sky like a rainbow. These are the reinforcements. Looks like there's only around 10,000 people. It seems to be a bit too little, right? Xiao Yu frowned as he gazed at the group of soldiers that stood in neat rows in the distance. Soldiers are valued for their quality, not their quantity. Duan Lingtian spurred his horse to walk beside Xiao Yu and lightly smiled. He was able to discern that these soldiers were different from ordinary soldiers. Every single one of them emitted a valiant aura, and their cultivations were obviously not low. Xiao Yu, don't underestimate this 10,000-man army. Even if they were besieged by an ordinary army of a few 100,000, they would still be able to easily charge out of the encirclement. Xiao Sun's eyes focused as he slowly spoke. Could it be that this is the Crimson Wyrm army under the command of the Divine Might Marquis, Grand General Nie Yuan? Xiao Yu glanced at the group of soldiers that led them out of the city, and only now did he notice that the armor of these soldiers was inscribed with the pattern of a Crimson Wyrm. This type of armor was precisely the symbol of the Crimson Wyrm army. You only notice now. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled, as he'd noticed this long ago. The Crimson Wyrm army was one of the 3 elite armies under the command of the Divine Might Marquis and Grand General Swift Cavalry. These 3 elite armies only had 10,000 soldiers each. These 10,000 soldiers were generally martial artists at the 7th level of the core formation stage or above. Some of the Decurions and Centurions were even existences at the Origin Core stage. As for the Kiliarchs, they were all existences at the nascent soul stage. Before long, the group of Paladin Academy students, including Duan Lingtian, gathered together with the other soldiers of the Crimson Wyrm army. Right at this moment, a tall young man in silver light armor spurred his horse forward. His gaze was cold as it swept past the group of Paladin Academy students, and his tone was calm. Hello. I'm the commander of the reinforcements heading to the northwest border battlefield this time. I'm called Nie Fen. Nie Fen. The son of the Divine Might Marquis, Nie Yuan. An existence like a proud son of heaven. The eyes of most of the Paladin Academy students shone when they heard Nie Fen's self-introduction. He's Nie Fen. As expected of the son of the Divine Might Marquis, his bearing is extraordinary. Supposedly, this Nie Fen only graduated from our Paladin Academy a few months ago, and he was already a 5th level Origin Core stage martial artist when he graduated. 26 years old, 5th level of the Origin Core stage. With such natural talent, I'm afraid only Duan Lingtian and Su Qing are able to surpass him in the younger generation of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. This time, Duan Lingtian and Su Qing have also joined the reinforcements. The three great geniuses of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's younger generation have gathered together. The group of Paladin Academy students whispered amongst themselves. Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. Su Qing was here too. Looking around, he also found Su Qing in the crowd. The current Su Qing had lost his former sharpness and had become more steady. He seemed to have changed a lot. I'll say the ugly things first. Although all of you are students of Paladin Academy, from this moment onwards, you can be considered to have joined our Crimson WYRM army. You must obey military orders, and if you violate military orders, you will be punished according to military discipline. Now, someone will distribute the armor of the Crimson WYRM army to all of you. Change into it as soon as possible. Nie Fen's loud voice continued to sound out. After he finished speaking, he spurred his horse and left. Beside Nie Fen, an old man in casual clothes sat astride his horse as well, and his eyes narrowed as he followed Nie Fen like a shadow. It was as if he was Nie Fen's shadow. Not many people noticed that at the instant Nie Fen turned around and left, Nie Fen's gaze seemed to be able to penetrate through the layers of obstructions and descend onto the violet-colored figure within the group of Paladin Academy students. Noticing Nie Fen's gaze, Duan Lingtian lightly nodded to him. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian, Xiao Yu, and Xiao Sun had changed into the armor of the Crimson WYRM army. The armor seemed to be cumbersome, but it was actually light and convenient. When worn, it didn't affect one's movements in the slightest. Moreover, it was able to play a protective role to a certain extent. The two of you do look quite decent when wearing this armor. Duan Lingtian glanced at Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun and lightly smiled. When the two of them wore the armor of the Crimson WYRM army, they really did look quite decent. Aren't you the same? Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun looked at Duan Lingtian as well. Presently, Duan Lingtian's sword-like eyebrows were tall and straight, and his handsome face revealed a trace of coldness. After wearing the fitting armor, his entire person seemed to be awe-inspiring and had an extraordinary bearing. Duan Lingtian's eyes focused and a heartfelt smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Even though he'd lived 2 lifetimes and had seen many grand scenes in his previous life, he still couldn't help but be slightly excited in his heart. A strong wind rises and clouds soar. A warrior leaves and never returns. Depart. Right at this moment, Nie Fen, who was the commander of the Crimson WYRM army, suddenly gave the order. His loud and clear voice was like a thunderclap that entered into the ears of everyone present. Subsequently, the army that was formed from over 10,000 people spurred the steeds beneath them to gallop out with a momentum like thunder. Everywhere they passed, the earth quaked and the mountains swayed. They set out early in the morning and stopped at noon to rest for a while before continuing on their journey. Only when the sun set in the west did the Crimson WYRM army stop their footsteps under the command of Commander Nie Fen and set up camp in the wilderness for the night. Under the illumination of the bonfire, tents rose up one by one, forming a dense mass. Duan Lingtian, Xiao Yu, and Xiao Sun were currently working together to build a small tent. This would be the residence of the 3 of them tonight. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian frowned, as his acute spiritual force told him that a gaze had just descended onto him. With a glance, what entered his eyes was a group of Crimson WYRM army soldiers, and he was utterly unable to discern who was looking at him. This gaze seemed to have descended onto me this morning at the moment I changed into the Crimson WYRM army armor. Who exactly is it? Duan Lingtian was slightly puzzled in his heart. He was sure that the owner of this gaze wasn't Nie Fen, nor was it a student of Paladin Academy. Meanwhile, the tent had been built. Duan Lingtian didn't think any further and sat around the bonfire in front of the tent with Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun. Presently, the group of Crimson WYRM army soldiers and some Paladin Academy students had all taken out their rations and were gnawing on them. Xiao Sun took out his rations as well and gave some to Xiao Yu and some to Duan Lingtian. Eating this thing isn't nutritious. Duan Lingtian didn't receive it and had a face full of disgust. Then he raised his hand and withdrew a large square block of ice from his spatial ring, under the puzzled gazes of Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun. Duan Lingtian placed the block of ice beside the bonfire. The ice quickly melted, and the suckling pig within it revealed its true appearance. F***K. Duan Lingtian, how big is the space in your spatial ring? You actually brought this thing with you. Xiao Sun couldn't help but curse and was dumbstruck. Xiao Yu was stupefied as well. As far as they were concerned, an ordinary spatial ring only had a space of 1 cubic meter, and it simply couldn't contain more than a few of these chilled suckling pigs. Hurry up and help break it down. You're talking so much, do you not want to eat anymore? Duan Lingtian threw the suckling pig in his hand to Xiao Sun as he glared at him. Xiao Sun received the heavy suckling pig and grinned. Of course I want to eat. If there's meat to eat, who would eat that crappy rations? Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian took out a few long iron skewers and a pile of seasonings and salt. Duan Lingtian's hand swiped past his waist and the violet myrtle flexible sword whistled out. With the help of Xiao Sun, he quickly broke down the processed suckling pig. Duan Lingtian, you don't look like you're going to war, but instead like you're going on vacation. Xiao Yu used an iron skewer to pierce through a large piece of suckling pig and placed it on the bonfire to roast. He sprinkled salt and seasonings on it as he shook his head and laughed. It wasn't easy to come out, so I can't wrong myself. Where would I get the strength to eat those rations? Duan Lingtian rotated the iron skewer in his hand as he roasted the meat and laughed. Soon, the fragrance of the roasted suckling pig in the hands of Duan Lingtian's group of 3 pervaded the air. F***K. Where's the fragrance coming from? Isn't this fragrance from roasted suckling pig? Who's eating roasted suckling pig? It's Duan Lingtian's group. They really know how to enjoy themselves, they actually brought out suckling pig to roast. As expected of the genius disciples that the Duan clan values highly. It's so convenient to have a spatial ring. The group of Paladin Academy students all looked enviously at Duan Lingtian's group as their saliva dripped all over the ground. Compared to the group of Paladin Academy students, the group of Crimson WYRM army soldiers were much calmer. They minded their own business as they roasted the bonfire and ate their rations. After they finished eating, they entered their tents to rest. Satisfying. Xiao Sun gnawed on the roasted suckling pig and his face revealed a satisfied smile. Duan Lingtian and Xiao Yu were also eating meat with large mouthfuls with expressions of satisfaction. It would be great if we could have some wine at this time. Xiao Sun's eyes shone. Some of the nearby Paladin Academy students were completely speechless when they heard Xiao Sun's words. A man whose heart is never content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. We don't even have roasted suckling pig to eat, yet you're still not satisfied and still want to drink wine? Don't be so infuriating. However, in the next moment, these Paladin Academy students were stunned once again. They saw Duan Lingtian stretch out his hand and 3 jugs of wine appeared out of thin air. Wine naturally can't be lacking when eating meat. Come, drink. Duan Lingtian said with a smile. Duan Lingtian, you really brought wine. Xiao Yu fiercely swallowed a mouthful of saliva and had a pleasantly surprised expression. Shortly after, he and Xiao Sun took the jugs of wine and started drinking in large mouthfuls. Under the attentive gazes of a pack of hungry wolves, the 3 of them ate meat and drank wine at the same time. They wolfed down the food and only stopped after a long time. So full. Soon enough, the roasted suckling pig was finished by the 3 of them, and the 3 empty jugs of wine were also thrown to the side. I'm going to relieve myself. Xiao Sun said before running into the distant forest to relieve himself. After Xiao Sun and Xiao Yu successively went to relieve themselves and returned, Duan Lingtian walked out as well. However, just as Duan Lingtian stepped into the bamboo forest, his spiritual force became vigilant. He could feel a wave of danger gradually approaching, as if it would descend at any moment. Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian's figure moved and directly flashed forward. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. And right at this moment, a wave of scattered sounds came from behind. A robust figure flew over and surpassed Duan Lingtian in the blink of an eye, blocking Duan Lingtian's path. Chapter 204. Third level of the nascent soul stage. Duan Lingtian's eyes squinted as he gazed at the 400 ancient mammoth silhouettes above the middle-aged soldier, and the corners of his mouth slightly curled into an arc. The middle-aged soldier's gaze was icy cold, and the gaze he used to look at Duan Lingtian didn't contain the slightest emotion. The person that has been spying on me since early this morning is you? Duan Lingtian's tone was calm, as if he was talking about something that was completely unrelated to him. As expected of the #1 genius of Paladin Academy, you're actually able to notice me spying on you from the shadows. I feel that I've already been extremely careful. The middle-aged soldier was slightly surprised, as he didn't expect that Duan Lingtian had already noticed him. You're probably not a member of the Crimson Wyrm army, right? Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at the person before him. The person before him was a third-level nascent soul stage martial artist, but he only wore the armor of an ordinary soldier, and wasn't even a Decurion. He didn't believe that a person with such a cultivation would be willing to be an ordinary soldier in the Crimson Wyrm army. You're very smart. The middle-aged soldier nodded. Exactly, I'm not a member of the Crimson Wyrm army. Being able to silently sneak into the Crimson Wyrm army without anyone noticing, looks like the person behind you isn't simple. I'm extremely curious, who exactly sent you here? Duan Lingtian's gaze that seemed to be able to see through everything stared fixedly at the middle-aged soldier. A dead person doesn't need to know so much. The middle-aged soldier didn't pay attention to Duan Lingtian, and he strode out with an imposing manner that shot into the sky like a rainbow. Above him, the 400 ancient mammoth silhouettes that had just vanished not long ago once again condensed into form. You're so sure that I'll die? Duan Lingtian's gaze went slightly cold, and the corners of his mouth curled into a disdainful smile. The middle-aged soldier frowned slightly when he saw Duan Lingtian being so composed. He observed the surroundings for a moment, and after not noticing anything amiss, he sneered. Do you think you can escape by being deliberately mystifying? Don't waste your time. Once you do something, you have to bear the consequences. Today, no one can save you. The middle-aged soldier took another step out, and origin energy suffused him, intending to attack Duan Lingtian. Really? Duan Lingtian was still standing in the same place, unmoving like a mountain. His face was calm like an ancient well without any ripples. I don't think anyone can save you. At this moment, a low voice mixed with anger came from behind the middle-aged soldier. Immediately after, two figures appeared behind the middle-aged soldier in an instant. One of them struck out with his palm and directly pinned the middle-aged soldier to the ground. Then, he stepped out with his foot and stomped on the middle-aged soldier, making him unable to move. The middle-aged soldier's body crashed to the ground. He subconsciously turned his head, but when he saw the scene behind him, his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Oh my God! What did he see? 1,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes. The person that attacked him now was actually a 7th-level nascent soul stage martial artist. How is that possible? Didn't you say that the Duan clan didn't send anyone to protect him? The middle-aged soldier felt a chill in his heart, and his eyes flashed with endless despair. Young master. Of the two people who had appeared, the one who had stepped on the middle-aged soldier was Zhang Qian. The other person was Zhao Gang. The middle-aged soldier's face went grim when he heard this familiar voice, and he struggled to turn his head around. Through the night, he finally saw the appearances of Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang clearly. General Zhang, General Zhao. The middle-aged soldier's pupils constricted, as he obviously recognized Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang were capable generals under the command of the Divine Might Marquis, the cavalry Grand General Nie Yuan, and they had extremely high prestige in the Crimson Sky Kingdom's army. So, many officers and soldiers in the Crimson Sky Kingdom's army recognized them. You recognize us? Zhang Qian frowned, and he stepped on the middle-aged soldier's foot even harder. The middle-aged soldier's face went ghastly pale, and his eyes emitted astonishment. Who could tell him what the F***K was going on? Why are these two maleficent stars here? Moreover, they seem to be secretly protecting this Duan Lingtian. Isn't Duan Lingtian a direct descendant of the Duan clan? How could these two maleficent stars possibly lower themselves to protect him? The middle-aged soldier suddenly realized that this mission was simply a mission that would send him to his death. Speak, who sent you to kill the young master? Zhao Gang's face sank, and his eyes flickered with dense killing intent. General Zhang, General Zhao. Isn't he a member of the Duan clan? Why? Why would the two of you? The middle-aged soldier took a deep breath. He wanted to figure out exactly what was going on right now. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang looked at Duan Lingtian at the same time when they heard this, seeming to be asking if Duan Lingtian could reveal anything. Duan Lingtian nodded. He was able to discern that this middle-aged soldier was a tough nut to crack. If he couldn't completely break down the line of defense in his heart, then the middle-aged soldier would probably rather die than speak of the person behind the scenes. Right, the young master is a member of the Duan clan. But, the young master is also the nephew of the Marquis. As for us, we were sent by the Marquis to protect the young master. Zhang Qian's tone was calm as he slowly spoke. However, when these words entered the middle-aged soldier's ears, it was like needles piercing into his heart. Marquis? He naturally knew who the Marquis that Zhang Qian spoke of was. It was surely that person with an aloof status and honorable identity within the Crimson Sky Kingdom. This Duan Lingtian was the nephew of that person. Young master, spare me. This lowly one didn't know your identity, spare me. The middle-aged soldier's face was ghastly pale, without a trace of blood, and he struggled to beg Duan Lingtian for mercy. He suddenly realized that his actions were simply bringing about his own destruction. Speak. Who sent you here? Duan Lingtian asked once more. Young master, if this lowly one speaks, are you willing to spare this lowly one's life? The middle-aged soldier's eyes flickered with a sheen of survival. You don't have the qualifications to discuss conditions with me. Duan Lingtian's voice became slightly colder. Since you know Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang, and have a cultivation at the nascent soul stage, your position in the Crimson Sky Kingdom's army ought to not be low. Could it be that you think that my uncle Nie's ability is unable to investigate your background? The corners of the middle-aged soldier's mouth curled into a bitter smile. If the Divine Might Marquis wanted to investigate him, it would naturally be extremely easy. Young master, I'm a Chiliarch of the Imperial City's city guard. The middle-aged soldier lowered his head and spoke of his identity. He believed that there was no need for him to say the rest, as the young master before him would be able to guess it. City guard? Duan Lingtian's eyes slightly squinted. It really is him. Xue Lu. What a Xue Lu, actually daring to allow a member of the city guard to sneak into the Crimson Wyrm army. Doesn't he know that this is a great taboo in the army? Zhang Qian's face slightly went grim, and flames of rage jumped about within his eyes. Zhao Gang's expression was extremely unsightly as well. Generals, spare my life. The middle-aged soldier's face was ghastly pale. He only hoped to be able to survive now, and he had no other thoughts. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang looked at Duan Lingtian. Clean it up. Duan Lingtian spoke indifferently, and there wasn't the slightest fluctuation of emotion within his voice. After that, he turned around, undid his belt, and started to relieve himself. After he finished, he directly returned to his tent. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the middle-aged soldier didn't even have the chance to react before being killed by Zhang Qian. When Duan Lingtian left, Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang had cleaned up the middle-aged soldier's corpse and concealed it once more. Duan Lingtian, why were you gone for so long? After Duan Lingtian returned to his tent, Xiao Sun asked. Can't I go to the big one? Duan Lingtian rolled his eyes at Xiao Sun as he spoke angrily. Lying in his tent, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed, and a trace of rage arose within his heart. Although he knew that the city guard commander, Xue Lu, wouldn't let the matter go, he never imagined that Xue Lu would be so insane as to actually want to kill him on the way to the northwest border battlefield. Xue Lu. Killing intent arose within Duan Lingtian's heart. Early the next morning, the sun rose from the east. Everyone, pack up your tents. We depart in 10 minutes. Commander Niafan's sonorous voice broke the tranquility of the early morning, causing all the Paladin Academy students who were still dreaming within their tents to wake up with a start. They left their tents one after another and started packing up. After Duan Lingtian walked out of his tent, he noticed that the 10,000 officers and officers of the Crimson Wyrm army were already fully equipped and waiting to depart. Now, only the tents of the group of Paladin Academy students remained scattered all over the place. This Crimson Wyrm army is worthy of being the elite army of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Duan Lingtian secretly praised in his heart. Before long, the group of Paladin Academy students had finished packing up their tents and were fully equipped and waiting to depart. Along with Commander Niafan's command. Over 10,000 tall horses carried over 10,000 officers and officers as they galloped out. Everywhere they passed, the earth quaked and the mountains swayed. On the way, they encountered some merchant groups and carriages, but all of them moved aside, not daring to directly clash with the Crimson Wyrm army's edge. After spending an entire 2 months of time, Duan Lingtian and the others finally arrived at their destination after following behind the Crimson Wyrm army. The northwest border's Relentless Thriving City. Relentless Thriving City was a city that was located in a remote and embarrassing location. 15 kilometers away from Relentless Thriving City was the border city of the Southern Champion Kingdom, Southern Barbaric City. It was precisely because of its special location that conflicts between the two kingdoms frequently occurred here. Whenever one of the kingdoms finished recuperating and building up strength, it would take the initiative to send out troops with the intention of capturing the other's border city and plundering it. It had always been like this for thousands of years. Since half a year ago, the Southern Champion Kingdom's army had repeatedly provoked the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Relentless Thriving City, causing the pressure on the Relentless Thriving City's army to increase greatly. Only then did they request for reinforcements from the Imperial City. This Relentless Thriving City can't be considered to be large, it's about the same size as Aurora City. Duan Lingtian looked at the distant Relentless Thriving City from afar and his brows raised. It's not a county city after all. Besides the Imperial City and county cities, the other cities are all about the same. Xiao Yu nodded. Before long, the 10,000-plus officers of the Crimson Wyrm army spurred their horses into Relentless Thriving City, and at the same time, they slowed down their speed. Although Relentless Thriving City's area was no different than cities like Aurora City and Iron Blood City, only the southern half of the city was filled with stores and crowds of people. The northern half of the city was the campsite of the border army, and the northern city wall was even specially reinforced as an iron bastion against war. It's the Crimson Wyrm army. The Crimson Wyrm army has arrived. They'll surely make the Southern Champion Kingdom's army suffer a crushing defeat this time. Long live the divine might Marquis. Chapter 205. All along the way, Duan Lingtian could see hope and anticipation on the faces of the residents of Relentless Thriving City. This was their confidence towards the Crimson Wyrm army. Their confidence towards the divine might Marquis. Uncle Nya is worthy of being the Crimson Sky Kingdom's god of war. In this border where battles are frequent, his prestige probably surpasses the Crimson Sky Kingdom's emperor. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Before long, Duan Lingtian and the other Paladin Academy students followed the 10,000 officers of the Crimson Wyrm army and entered the vast campsite at the northern side of Relentless Thriving City. Including Duan Lingtian's group, everyone that came was placed in various tents within the campsite. Duan Lingtian's group of 3 were placed in the same small tent. Although it was a small tent, it was still 10 times, no, 100 times better than the tents they casually set up on the road. I'm about to be able to witness that cruel war with my own 2 eyes. Just thinking about it makes me slightly excited. Xiao Sun's face was slightly red as he spoke excitedly. Although Xiao Yu didn't say anything, the flowing light in his eyes at this moment had already explained everything. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. With a thought in his heart, a cauldron suddenly appeared in his hand. 2 days ago, he smoothly broke through to the 8th level of the core formation stage. What he needed to do now was to refine the dragon blood pill and directly consume it to complete the tempering of his fleshly body for the 8th level of the core formation stage. Only in this way would he be able to continue charging towards the 9th level of the core formation stage. The dragon blood pill was different from ordinary medicinal pills. After the pill was formed, it had to be consumed within 10 hours. Otherwise, the medicinal strength would cease to exist. So, Duan Lingtian didn't have a backup. Duan Lingtian casually taking out a cauldron wasn't a big deal. However, Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun were stunned when they saw Duan Lingtian take out a cauldron. This. Duan Lingtian, don't tell me you've become an alchemist. Xiao Sun couldn't help but glare. Even his breathing became somewhat hurried. This Duan Lingtian couldn't be thinking of playing with his heartbeat again, right? Xiao Yu also looked at Duan Lingtian suspiciously. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. He raised his hand and reversed it. Qi. At this moment, a strand of milky white flame burned in the center of Duan Lingtian's palm. A 9th grade alchemy fire. Xiao Sun's pupils constricted, and he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. His older brother, Xiao He, was a grade 9 alchemist, so he wasn't unfamiliar with grade 9 pill fire. Xiao Yu's mouth twitched. When did this Duan Lingtian become an alchemist? Generally speaking, a genius in the martial Dao like Duan Lingtian would normally place all his efforts on the advancement of his cultivation. It was impossible for him to delve into the Dao of alchemy, Dao of weapon refinement, or the Dao of inscriptions, because once one delved into the latter, it would waste a great deal of effort, and in the end, fall to mediocrity in all aspects. In the past, in his eyes, the reason why Duan Lingtian possessed such a heaven-defying cultivation was surely because he concentrated on cultivation and didn't delve into the Dao of alchemy, Dao of weapons refinement, or the Dao of inscriptions. But now, the grade 9 pill fire in Duan Lingtian's hand had given him too great of a shock. This Duan Lingtian possessed such a heaven-defying cultivation, yet he actually spent time delving into the study of alchemy and even became a grade 9 alchemist. For a moment, Xiao Yu felt his scalp go numb. Abnormal. Too abnormal. If Duan Lingtian didn't delve into the study of alchemy, then wouldn't it mean that his current strength might be even stronger? Even to the extent that it's very likely that he would be able to break through to the origin core stage at the age of 17? Xiao Yu noticed that the more he thought about it in his heart, the more shocked he was. Xiao Sun was dumbstruck as well. He had the same thoughts as Xiao Yu. After all, people that delved into the Dao of alchemy would have a much slower increase in their cultivation in the martial Dao compared to ordinary people. Because they placed half of their attention on alchemy and were unable to completely concentrate on their cultivation in the martial Dao. Just like his brother, Xiao He, although their natural talent in the martial Dao was similar, even though Xiao He was older than him by a year, Xiao He's cultivation was inferior to him. All of this was because his brother concentrated on the Dao of alchemy and neglected his cultivation, causing his cultivation to increase slowly. What are you two doing? Is there a need to be like this? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled, then directly withdrew a pile of medicinal materials required for the dragon blood pill and placed them one by one into the cauldron. Is there a need to be like this? The corners of Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun's mouths twitched, and they both felt that Duan Lingtian wasn't doing it on purpose. Abnormal. The two of them spoke at the same time with extreme tacit understanding. Duan Lingtian was speechless. Of course, it was also because Duan Lingtian didn't know what Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun were thinking, otherwise, he would surely shake his head and laugh. Since the moment he fused with the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, he'd inherited everything of Samsara Emperor Wu. When Samsara Emperor Wu was at his prime, he was a royal-grade alchemist and royal-grade weapons craftsman. Even in the Tao of inscriptions, during the era where the art of inscriptions was prevalent, he'd studied it to the peak and wasn't inferior to anyone. Inheriting everything of Samsara Emperor Wu meant that Duan Lingtian also possessed the ability of Samsara Emperor Wu. Of course, if he wanted to exert even more of Samsara Emperor Wu's ability, he needed to increase his cultivation and spiritual force to a certain level, just like pill fire and weapon fire. Grade 8 flames required stepping into the first level of the origin core stage to condense. Grade 7 flames required stepping into the 7th level of the origin core stage to condense. Grade 6 flames required stepping into the first level of the nascent soul stage to condense. Grade 5 flames required stepping into the 7th level of the nascent soul stage to condense. Later on, and so on. Duan Lingtian, who'd inherited Samsara Emperor Wu's lifetime of experience in alchemy and weapons crafting, would be able to condense pill fire and weapon fire of that grade so long as his cultivation reached a certain level. There was utterly no need for him to research and improve himself. Spiritual force was the same as well. So long as his spiritual force was strong enough, he would be able to inscribe even higher level inscriptions. Just like now, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force was comparable to a nascent soul stage martial artist's spiritual force, and he was able to inscribe inscriptions like the bone corrosion inscription that were sufficient to annihilate nascent soul stage martial artists. If he was able to obtain those rare main materials, he would even be able to inscribe inscriptions that could annihilate half-step void stage experts. So long as Duan Lingtian's cultivation and spiritual force were sufficient, then he utterly didn't need to spend time studying the Tao of alchemy, weapons crafting, and inscriptions. In his mind, there were memories of studying the Tao of alchemy, weapons crafting, and inscriptions to the peak. Using an analogy. If it was said that the Tao of alchemy, weapons crafting, and inscriptions were software, Duan Lingtian's cultivation and spiritual force were the hardware. The software possessed a top-notch level, whereas the hardware was still in the stage of being explored and improved. So long as the hardware continued to improve, then he would be able to display even more of the software's functions. Voila! Duan Lingtian's hands descended, and the pill fire condensed from origin energy was pressed into the cauldron by him as he started to refine the medicine. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun took a deep breath and suppressed the shock in their hearts as they watched without blinking. An hour later, Duan Lingtian placed the little black snake's golden blood into the cauldron and completed the final step. Whoosh! A medicinal pill that flowed with a golden light shot out and landed in Duan Lingtian's hand. It was precisely the dragon blood pill. Duan Lingtian directly consumed it. In the blink of an eye, his body underwent a tremendous change. The tempering of the body at the 8th level of the core formation stage was instantly completed. The current him could directly charge towards the 9th level of the core formation stage. Once he stepped into the 9th level of the core formation stage and consumed another dragon blood pill, he would be able to complete the final tempering of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique's Raging Python form. At that time, he would be able to continue charging towards the origin core stage and become a true origin core stage martial artist. And not the current false origin core stage. Only when they saw Duan Lingtian put away the cauldron did Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun return to their senses. Xiao Sun asked in surprise, "Duan Lingtian, what medicinal pill did you refine earlier?" That medicinal pill seemed to flicker with a golden light, and it seemed to be extraordinary. That isn't an ordinary medicinal pill, it's a medicinal pill that matches the cultivation method I cultivate. If an ordinary martial artist were to consume it, their body would directly explode and they would die. Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at Xiao Sun. How about it? Xiao Sun, are you interested in one? Forget it, I don't want to die yet. Xiao Sun naturally believed Duan Lingtian when he heard this, and he hurriedly waved his hand in refusal. Duan Lingtian, when did you become a grade 9 alchemist? At this moment, Xiao Yu looked at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze. Xiao Sun looked at Duan Lingtian as well. It's been a while. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled, but didn't say exactly when. Could it be that he was already a grade 9 alchemist 2 years ago? Duan Lingtian, you're absolutely the most abnormal freak I've ever seen. Xiao Sun glared. When my brother became a grade 9 alchemist at the age of 20, I already thought he was abnormal enough. I never imagined that you would become a grade 9 alchemist at the age of 18. Not only that, your cultivation has even stepped into the origin core stage. You're simply a super abnormal freak. Super abnormal? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched. Xiao Yu nodded as well, obviously agreeing with Xiao Sun's words. Suddenly, Xiao Sun seemed to have thought of something, and his gaze abruptly shone. A few months ago, the 18-year-old genius alchemist that appeared briefly in the Alchemist Guild's headquarters and defeated my brother's spirit. Duan Lingtian's heart jerked when he saw Xiao Sun looking over. Could it be that Xiao Sun guessed it? I wonder who is more abnormal when compared to you in the Tao of Alchemy. Xiao Sun finished speaking in one breath. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. Looks like Xiao Sun didn't connect the genius alchemist from that time with him. That genius alchemist wouldn't be Duan Lingtian, right? Xiao Yu looked at Duan Lingtian, and his words caused Duan Lingtian's heart to rise to his throat. Xiao Yu was born with a keen intuition, and his intuition told him that the 18-year-old genius alchemist Xiao Sun mentioned was very likely to be the same person as Duan Lingtian. He's definitely not. Xiao Sun shook his head. You're so sure? You haven't seen him? Xiao Yu asked in bewilderment. I haven't seen him, but don't forget, my brother has. I asked my brother, and he said that youth's appearance was extremely ordinary and didn't have any outstanding points. Do you think that the youth my brother described would be Duan Lingtian? Xiao Sun looked at Duan Lingtian as he spoke. Duan Lingtian was about to transform from a youth to a young man. In terms of appearance, he could absolutely be considered to be extraordinarily handsome. Chapter 206. Could it be that he really isn't? Xiao Yu was slightly hesitant in his heart when he heard Xiao Sun's words. He was still extremely confident towards his intuition. But he couldn't wrap his head around why the genius alchemist Xiao Sun's older brother spoke of would be a youth with an ordinary appearance. How could he possibly know that Duan Lingtian's disguise technique could be said to have reached the acme of perfection? In the next few days, Duan Lingtian's group of 3 cultivated within the tent. 5 days later, all the Star Mastermind Department students, including Duan Lingtian's group of 3, were gathered within a spacious tent. At the center of the tent was something similar to a model of a building. Duan Lingtian discerned with a glance that this was the model of a city's outer perimeter. Presently, at the side of this model, Nie Fen was standing together with a middle-aged general, and behind Nie Fen was the old man that followed behind Nie Fen like a shadow. Duan Lingtian hadn't seen this old man in the Divine Might Marquis estate before. But now, relying on the perception of his spiritual force and the experience of Samsara Emperor Wu, he could practically confirm. This old man was a half-step void stage expert. Looks like Uncle Nya isn't the only half-step void stage expert in the Divine Might Marquis estate. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. With a quick thought, Duan Lingtian came to an understanding. The status of the Divine Might Marquis estate in the Crimson Sky Kingdom was only inferior to the imperial family. Coupled with the presence of a true void stage expert holding down the fort, there ought to be no lack of half-step void stage experts within it. Although that void stage expert wasn't what he used to be, a horse is still a horse. No one dared look down upon the Divine Might Marquis Estate's resources. The old man seemed to have noticed Duan Ling Tian looking at him, and his muddy eyes squinted as he nodded to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian replied with a smile. He was still extremely respectful towards the members of the Divine Might Marquis Estate. Before long, the 12 students of the Star Mastermind Department of Paladin Academy had all arrived. In addition, 2 middle-aged men dressed like scholars slowly walked in. He should be at the level of a military advisor. Duan Ling Tian secretly guessed. Humph. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian heard a cold snort. At the same time, he felt a cold gaze on him. He didn't need to turn around to know whose gaze it was. Commander Nya, these two are the strategists of our army. The middle-aged general standing beside Nya Fen introduced the 2 middle-aged scholars to Nya Fen. Nya Fen nodded slightly at the 2 middle-aged scholars. Greetings, military advisors. The 2 middle-aged scholars were flattered. Greetings, Commander Nya. Even though Nya Fen was young, they didn't dare underestimate him, as he was the only son of the Divine Might Marquis, the Grand General of Agile Cavalry, Nya Yuan, whose might shook the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom. His status was extraordinary, and it was far from something they could compare to. General He, these 12 are the elite students of the Star Mastermind Department that Paladin Academy sent out this time. Nya Fen looked at Duan Ling Tian, Gu Xian, and the others as he introduced them with a smile. Oh. The middle-aged general called General He, or in other words, the general that commanded the entire border army of Relentless Thriving City, swept his gaze past Duan Ling Tian and the others. When his gaze descended onto Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun, it slightly focused. In his impression, Paladin Academy's Star Mastermind Department students at this age seemed to be only first or second year students, right? Such young students, even if they came to the battlefield, seemed to be unable to be of any help. After all, according to past practice, Paladin Academy's Star Mastermind Department students would only start to deeply research and comprehend military strategies when they reached 4th year and above. In next to no time, his expression froze. Because he saw Duan Ling Tian. This person ought to be at most 18 years old, right? General He frowned as he looked at the youth before him. Wasn't Paladin Academy taking this too lightly? Yes. When Duan Ling Tian saw General He's expression, he naturally knew that General He was looking down on him because of his young age. He didn't mind. Time would prove everything. General He, don't look down on this person. He's the most renowned peerless genius in our Crimson Sky Kingdom. Nya Fen looked at Duan Ling Tian and frowned as he spoke. Oh. General He pondered for a moment when he heard this, and his gaze abruptly shone. Could it be that he's that Duan Ling Tian of the Duan clan? An 18-year-old origin core stage martial artist? Exactly. Nya Fen lightly nodded. Excuse me. After knowing Duan Ling Tian's background, General He's gaze when looking at Duan Ling Tian was completely different. Even if Duan Ling Tian didn't have much research in the Tao of Mastermind, Duan Ling Tian's natural talent in the martial Tao was sufficient to make him admire him. Cloud Continent had always been a world where the strong were respected. As far as he was concerned, an 18-year-old origin core stage martial artist would surely be a great evil when he matured in the future. Greetings, General He. Duan Ling Tian nodded and smiled to the middle-aged general before him. Since the general was courteous, he naturally wouldn't be disrespectful. You're General He. General He Weian. Right at this moment, an abrupt voice sounded out. It was Gu Xian who stood at the side that spoke. This is... He Weian was slightly surprised that the young man with an extraordinary bearing before him was able to call out his name. General He, I've heard my father say since long ago that you're a pillar of our Crimson Sky Kingdom. These past few years, It was all because of General He that the northwest border was able to defend against the numerous attacks of the southern champion kingdom. Gu Xian lightly smiled as he spoke slowly. You really know how to flatter. Xiao Sun grunted in a low voice and spoke with a voice that was like a mosquito. Little brother, you're too kind. I don't dare accept your praise. The northwest border being able to defend these past few years was mostly because of the divine might Marquis, the Grand General of Agile Cavalry, Lord Nie Yuan. I wonder who your father is. Although He Weiyan was modest, he still had a smile on his face from the praise. Gu Yuting is my father. Gu Xian had a refined and courteous appearance. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth held a smile. He was able to discern. This Gu Xian intentionally flattered this General He and did so much foreshadowing for the sake of this moment. Prime Minister Gu. He Weiyan was instantly greatly shocked when he heard this. So it's the young master of the Prime Minister's family. I've truly been rude. Greetings, young Master Gu. The two middle-aged scholars that stood at the side couldn't help but be moved, and they bowed to Gu Xian together. For a time, Gu Xian became the center of attention in the entire tent. Although Gu Xian's words were modest, the arrogance and complacency on his face was something that anyone could discern. I've long since heard that young Master Gu has inherited the wisdom of the Lord Prime Minister. Since you're able to come assist our army this time, it looks like our army's plan to breach the southern barbaric city is just around the corner. He Weiyan laughed heartily. As for the two middle-aged scholars, they flattered one after another as well. General He and the two strategists are too kind. How can I compare to my father? Gu Xian smiled modestly, but his eyes were filled with complacency as he occasionally swept his gaze past Duan Lingtian, wanting to show off his prowess in front of Duan Lingtian. But he instead noticed with embarrassment that Duan Lingtian didn't even look at him from the beginning until the end. It was as if Duan Lingtian disdained all of this. Duan Lingtian. Gu Xian secretly gnashed his teeth in hatred, and a cold light flashed within his eyes. Duan Lingtian's brows raised when he heard what He Weiyan said. Breach the southern barbaric city. It looked like the arrival of the reinforcements this time had greatly increased the morale of the Crimson Sky Kingdom side, and they were preparing to turn defense into offense. Young Master Gu, everyone, please come forward and take a look at the layout of the southern barbaric city. See if there's any way to smoothly breach the southern barbaric city and spread the might of our Crimson Sky Kingdom. Meanwhile, He Weiyan had returned to the side of the layout of the southern barbaric city, and at the same time, he invited the group of Paladin Academy's Star Mastermind Department students to come forward. Instantly, all the Star Mastermind Department students, including Duan Lingtian, stood forward. For a time, the surroundings of the layout became crowded. There were even 3 Star Mastermind Department senior students that were unable to squeeze forward. Gu Xian coldly grunted when he saw Duan Lingtian's group of 3 arrive before the model, then said in disdain, those first-year students, stop seizing positions here and pretending to know when you don't, right? Don't you see that there are still 3 fifth-year students squeezed behind you? You! Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun's faces went grim when they heard Gu Xian's ridicule, and they both glared angrily at Gu Xian. Duan Lingtian had only just glanced at the layout of the southern barbaric city when he heard what Gu Xian said, and he slowly raised his head to glance coldly and indifferently at Gu Xian. In this way, young Master Gu feels that we're unable to help. Whereas you two are able to come up with a plan and assist the army in breaching the southern barbaric city in one go. Of course. There's no difference between having the 3 of you and not having the 3 of you. Gu Xian had a proud expression as he spoke bluntly. Young Master Gu, this place doesn't seem to be your Prime Minister's estate, right? Aren't your actions a bit trying to usurp the role of the host? Duan Lingtian said indifferently. I'm only thinking of the overall situation. General He, what do you think? Shouldn't the 3 of them give way to the other 3 fifth-year students of our Paladin Academy's Star Mastermind Department? Gu Xian glanced at Duan Lingtian with disdain, then looked at He Weian. He Weian looked at Duan Lingtian and hesitated for a moment before an apologetic expression appeared on his face. Little brother Ling Tian, why don't you too? He did indeed admire Duan Lingtian's natural talent in the martial Dao. But coming up with a plan for the army and war had nothing to do with natural talent in the martial Dao. At the same time, he didn't think that these 3 first-year students of Paladin Academy's Star Mastermind department would have any good plans. I understand. Duan Lingtian spoke out to interrupt He Weian, then nodded and used his gaze to stop Niefeng, who was about to speak, before calling out to Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun. Xiao Yu, Xiao Sun, since this place doesn't need us, then there's no need for us to stay here. What do you two think? Let's go. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun snorted coldly, then left the tent with Duan Lingtian. Niefeng swept Gu Xian with his gaze, and a trace of coldness appeared on the corners of his mouth. This Gu Xian said Duan Lingtian was useless. Could it be that he could think of a brilliant plan like crossing the sea by deception? Chapter 207. After leaving the tent, Xiao Sun had an indignant expression. Duan Lingtian, that Gu Xian has gone too far. A trace of a bright light flashed within Duan Lingtian's eyes as he smiled. Xiao Sun, some people want to bring disgrace upon themselves. Why be angry with him? Xiao Sun and Xiao Yu were both stunned when they heard Duan Lingtian, as they didn't understand the meaning behind Duan Lingtian's words. Do you think it's so easy to take down southern barbaric city? Just wait for that Gu Xian to make a fool of himself. Humph. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a trace of disdain. Earlier, although he'd only glanced at the layout of southern barbaric city, he'd already understood it clearly. He knew clearly in his heart that even with the Crimson Wyrm army as reinforcements, it would still be extremely difficult to take down southern barbaric city. Not only that, southern barbaric city was a natural stronghold, and if they were unable to take it in one go, they would suffer an extremely great loss. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun seemed to understand when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. Half a month later, the Crimson Sky Kingdom prepared to send out troops to attack southern barbaric city. As expected, Gu Xian became the strategist for this battle. Duan Lingtian, that Gu Xian is about to follow the army to command. How can you still sleep? Xiao Sun had an anxious expression when he saw Duan Lingtian lying on the bed in the middle of the day. What are you anxious about? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Xiao Sun and Xiao Yu were slightly speechless towards Duan Lingtian's reaction. Only 3 days later, when the army that went to attack southern barbaric city 15 kilometers away returned, did they finally understand the meaning of Duan Lingtian's words that day. The Crimson Sky Kingdom was attacking southern Champion Kingdom. Southern barbaric city was as steady as Mount Tai. Whereas the Crimson Sky Kingdom's army suffered heavy losses. Fortunately, the 10,000 Crimson Wyrm army retreated in time under the lead of Niefeng, and only a portion of them suffered light injuries. Whereas the 300 General Galaxy students of Paladin Academy followed the Crimson Wyrm army and returned alive. The Border Army, however, suffered over 10,000 casualties. Duan Lingtian, you were so confident half a month ago. Could it be that you've already determined that it's impossible for Gu Xian to command the breaching of southern barbaric city? Xiao Sun was also greatly shocked when he heard this news. He looked towards Duan Lingtian and asked. Humph. It isn't so easy to breach southern barbaric city. Duan Lingtian said calmly. When he saw the layout of southern barbaric city at that time, he knew that unless he utilized the 36 stratagems of taking drastic measures to deal with the situation, sneaking around, and borrowing arrows from straw boats, otherwise, it would be impossible to break through southern barbaric city. As for these 3 stratagems of the 36 stratagems, even that Gu Xian probably wouldn't be able to think of them even in his dreams. If it were you, would you have a solution? Xiao Sun's eyes lit up as he asked. What do you think? The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth held a smile as he replied with a question. At this moment, Xiao Sun could clearly sense the strong confidence Duan Ling Tian displayed, and he knew that Duan Ling Tian surely had a solution. Duan Ling Tian, isn't it slightly inappropriate for you to do this? Since you had a solution, why didn't you speak of it that day? Xiao Yu, who hadn't spoken since the beginning, frowned. After all, the border army had lost over 10,000 people this time. Those were all living beings. Duan Ling Tian shrugged. Xiao Yu, you were present at the incident last time and saw it clearly. It's fine that Gu Xian intentionally squeezed us out, but in the end, that general he actually believed what he said and asked us to leave. Do you think that at that time, even if I said I had a way to breach southern barbaric city, would that general he believe me? Would those two strategists believe me? So, the death of those 10,000 plus soldiers. If you want to blame someone, then you can only blame General He and Gu Xian. As Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, he had a cold smile on his face. Of course, there were still some things that Duan Ling Tian didn't say. Before the Crimson Sky Kingdom's army set out to battle this time, Nie Fen had come to look for him and told him of Gu Xian's scheme. At that time, Duan Ling Tian had discerned that the scheme had two obvious flaws. However, an ordinary person was utterly unable to discern those two flaws, and even if he reminded them, others wouldn't believe him. However, so long as a critical moment arrived, those two flaws would surely be exposed. So, he reminded Nie Fen. So long as he noticed that the situation was bad, he should immediately lead the Crimson Wyrm army to retreat from the battlefield without the slightest hesitation. If it wasn't for him reminding Nie Fen, it would be impossible for the 10,000 plus soldiers of the Crimson Wyrm army to return in one piece. Xiao Yu pondered for a moment when he heard what Duan Ling Tian said, and he knew that what Duan Ling Tian said made sense. He smiled apologetically to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, I shouldn't have scolded you, I was too impulsive. It's fine. After all, that's over 10,000 lives. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and didn't mind. That Gu Xian was so arrogant and conceited that day. Let's see if he dares to be so complacent this time. Supposedly, after they returned today, they stayed within the central tent. Gu Xian's expression is probably as unsightly as it can be right now. Xiao Sun grunted coldly, and the corners of his mouth curled into a ridiculing smile. The defeat this time can be said to be the responsibility of him alone. It's all because something went wrong with his scheme. A trace of coldness flashed within Xiao Yu's eyes. That Gu Xian has completely lost face for the Prime Minister's estate this time. Even if Prime Minister Gu knew of this, he would probably be angered to the point of spitting blood. A few words and a lousy scheme caused the death of over 10,000 officers. I'm afraid only that Gu Xian is capable of doing this. I still remember the flattering appearance of General He and the two strategists when they were in front of Gu Xian that day. They even said that Gu Xian had inherited Prime Minister Gu's wisdom. I'm really curious, what sort of expression will they have when they face Gu Xian once more? As Xiao Sun finished speaking, although he didn't have any intention of disrespecting the over 10,000 officers and soldiers that had died, he still slightly took pleasure in their misfortune. Presently, the expressions of He Weian and the two strategists under his command were naturally unsightly. 11,352 of our brothers have died. Within the spacious tent, He Weian's expression was extremely unsightly, and he had an ashamed and resentful expression as he looked at Gu Xian, who had an unsightly expression, as if he'd forgotten Gu Xian's distinguished identity. Gu Xian, shouldn't you give me an explanation? Our border army fully cooperated with your scheme, but over 10,000 of our people were cheated and killed by the Southern Champion Kingdom. Didn't you say that your scheme was foolproof? He Weian's face was crimson red, and he burst into rage. He Weian was able to possess his current status and make an army of 100,000 submit to him, and he'd relied on himself to climb step by step to get to where he was today. Normally, he was even famous for cherishing his subordinates. Once, a centurion under his command was assassinated by someone from the southern champion kingdom that had infiltrated relentless thriving city. He went to the southern champion kingdom by himself and infiltrated southern barbaric city to kill 2 of their kiliarchs. After that incident, he was called Madman He by the people of the southern barbaric kingdom. Since then, the people of the southern barbaric kingdom didn't dare carry out assassinations again. He Weian, this young master has already said that it was the people of the southern champion kingdom that were too cunning. Gu Xian's face sank as he repeated himself. The people of the southern champion kingdom were too cunning. What excuse was this? Pooh! He Weian was angered to the point his face flushed red, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, then he pointed at Gu Xian and roared with grief and indignation. Gu Xian, if it wasn't for you being the son of the Lord Prime Minister, you've caused the death of over 10,000 of my brothers, and just this crime alone would cause you to die for sure today. This time, if it was one of his strategists that had cheated over 10,000 officers to death, he would have directly attacked and killed that strategists long ago. But Gu Xian's background was too strong, otherwise, he would absolutely not allow Gu Xian to live for even a second longer. What? You still want to kill me? Gu Xian's face sank as he sneered. It's only 10,000 lowly lives, do you think they can compare to this young master's noble life? Presently, various pressures descended onto Gu Xian, causing him to be on the verge of collapse and almost lose all reason. If it was the usual him, he would surely not speak such words in an occasion like this. What did you say? He Weian's face went grim as he was angered to the point of repeatedly spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood, and the killing intent on his body couldn't be suppressed any longer and was on the verge of bursting out. The eyes of Nie Fen, who hadn't spoken all along, went cold, and he kicked out, directly sending Gu Xian flying. He coldly shouted, Gu Xian, you caused the death of so many brothers. Not only did you not apologize, you actually said such heartless words. Today, I'll properly teach you a lesson on behalf of Prime Minister Gu. Nie Fen, you dare touch me. Gu Xian stood up, his eyes went cold as hatred shot into the sky. Big brother Gu Xian. The 2 Paladin Academy's Star Mastermind Department students that had always been by Gu Xian's side hurriedly stopped Gu Xian, and they had bitter smiles on their faces. What? You 2 think it's my fault as well? Gu Xian's face sank. Big brother Gu Xian, what you said earlier was indeed going too far. That's right. That's 10,000 lives. The 2 of them laughed bitterly. At this moment, Gu Xian took a deep breath and calmed down, realizing that he was indeed too impulsive earlier. However, it was impossible for him to apologize and admit his mistake. He was the son of the Prime Minister, a high and mighty existence. How could he easily apologize to another? Kill Gu Xian. Make him pay with his life for the lives of over 10,000 brothers. Kill Gu Xian. Pay with his life. Right at this moment, deafening voices resounded throughout the entire campsite with a vast momentum. Gu Xian's face went grim. Nie Fen frowned and walked out in large strides. With a glance. Only now did Nie Fen notice that besides the 10,000-plus officers of the Crimson Wyrm army under his command, the remaining 90,000 officers of the Border Army were all gathered around this tent, and all of them had faces full of rage. They had come to take revenge for the deaths of over 10,000 brothers. What son of the Prime Minister? They didn't care. They only wanted to use Gu Xian's fresh blood to comfort the souls of their 10,000 brothers in heaven. If you don't want to die, it's best if you don't go out. He Weian's icy cold gaze swept past Gu Xian, who was terrified to the point his face went pale and his legs were trembling. He took a deep breath and walked out of the tent with crimson-red eyes. General. Right at the instant He Weian walked out of the tent, the 90,000 officers outside the tent directly knelt on the ground. Bang! 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 It was as if the earth was quaking and the mountains were collapsing. I've let down my dead brothers. The tears in He Wei An's eyes couldn't be restrained any longer when he saw this scene. Men don't easily shed tears, and it's only because they haven't been deeply hurt. General, it's not your fault, it's all Gu Xian's fault. Exactly, if it wasn't for him asking the brothers to go deep, those brothers wouldn't have died. He asked the brothers to give their lives away. We suspect that he's a spy from the Southern Champion Kingdom. Kill him. Kill him. The crowd of border army officers were in high spirits. Chapter 208. When Duan Lingtian, Xiao Yu, and Xiao Sun walked out of the tent together, they were shocked as well. A dense mass of nearly 90,000 officers and soldiers knelt before the central tent with mixed feelings of grief and indignation. Waves of voices swept out and practically spread throughout the entire Relentless Thriving City, causing Relentless Thriving City to seem as if it was enveloped in a layer of haze. The residents of Relentless Thriving City were now gathered in the streets and alleys, and all of them had dejected expressions. I originally thought that since the Crimson Wyrm army had arrived, they would surely be able to cooperate with the border army to dampen the spirit of the Southern Champion Kingdom. But I never imagined that they would actually return in crushing defeat. This matter isn't related to the Crimson Wyrm army in the slightest. It was entirely that bullshit military advisor who blindly commanded, causing the border army to lose over 10,000 officers and soldiers. How do you know? I have a cousin brother in the border army, and now he and his brothers are asking General He for orders to kill that bullshit military advisor. A military advisor caused the death of over 10,000 officers and soldiers. He deserves death. Why does he still need to ask for orders? That military advisor's identity isn't simple. He's the son of our Crimson Sky Kingdom's Prime Minister, and his name is Gu Xian. All over Shaoxing City, similar remarks were being spread everywhere. For a time, the crowd outside was in an impassioned mood. He Wei An stood before the central tent with teary eyes as he looked at the nearly 90,000 officers and soldiers before him with a mournful expression, and for a moment, he was speechless. General. If you're worried that Gu Xian is the son of the Prime Minister, then we can make a move ourselves. We're not afraid. Right. We're not afraid. General, even though casualties can't be avoided when marching to war. This time, if we kill over 10,000 of the Southern Champion Kingdom soldiers, then we'll admit it. But this time, over 10,000 of our brothers have died, whereas the Southern Champion Kingdom's casualties are less than 1,000. Our brothers can't die for nothing. The eyes of the group of officers and soldiers were crimson red as their imposing auras shot into the sky. Over 10,000 of our own people have died, whereas the enemy's casualties are less than 1,000. Duan Lingtian frowned. Although he expected that Gu Xian's plan wouldn't work, he never expected that it would be such a trap. He knew clearly in his heart. Even if this Gu Xian was able to survive today, he would probably go down in infamy for 10,000 years. Not to mention inheriting the position of Prime Minister. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun were also stunned. Previously, they only knew that the Crimson Sky Kingdom's side had lost tens of thousands of soldiers, but they didn't know the exact losses of the other side. Now that he had heard of the other party's losses, he was momentarily speechless. More than 10,000 people died in exchange for less than 1,000 lives. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun looked at each other and saw the anger in each other's eyes. This Gu Xian deserves to die. Xiao Sun's face sank. More than 10,000 strong men were killed by Gu Xian just like that. It was simply an act that angered both man and God. In the central tent, Gu Xian's face was pale as he sat on the ground. His legs were weak and he couldn't stand up for a long time. He could feel the anger of the border army soldiers outside. He had no doubt that if he ran out at this time, he would definitely be torn to pieces. I want to leave this place, I want to leave this place. Suddenly, Gu Xian's eyes lit up, as if he had grabbed onto his last life-saving straw. Brother Gu Xian, you, go out and apologize. The two people who had been following Gu Xian hesitated for a moment before speaking slowly. Apologize? Gu Xian's face sank and his gaze went slightly cold. You want me to apologize? Impossible. Outside, no matter how He Weian tried to persuade them, the group of soldiers were unwilling to retreat. If Gu Xian doesn't die, we'll kneel and never get up. Right. If Gu Xian doesn't die, we'll kneel and never get up. The tone of the group of soldiers was resolute. In the end, He Weian really didn't know how to persuade them. He could only look at the nearby Nie Fen for help, wanting to see if Nie Fen had any ideas. Nie Fen nodded to He Weian and stood out. Brothers, I'm the Crimson Wirm Army's commander, Nie Fen. Nie Fen looked at the nearly 90,000 soldiers of the border army with a sorrowful expression. I, General He, am as sorrowful as all of you towards the over 10,000 brothers that died in the war. But the dead are gone. Why are all of you still making things difficult for General He? I guarantee all of you that as long as all of you stand up now and return, we'll expel Gu Xian from Relentless Thriving City and make him fuck off back to the Imperial City. Also, within 3 days at most, we'll send troops out again to take revenge for the over 10,000 brothers that died. Nie Fen's voice was resolute. Seeing the group of border army soldiers seeming to be indifferent, Nie Fen continued. I know that all of you are doubtful of my promise. But all of you saw yesterday's matter with your own 2 eyes. Do all of you know why I was able to notice the change in the situation in time and lead the over 10,000 brothers of the Crimson Wirm Army to cover everyone's retreat? Nie Fen's words caused the gazes of the border army soldiers present to abruptly light up as they looked at Nie Fen. Nie Fen continued. Actually, this wasn't because I had foresight, but because there was a student from Paladin Academy's Star Mastermind department who reminded me before I set out. If I noticed a certain situation, I must resolutely retreat. General Nie, didn't all the students from Paladin Academy's Star Mastermind department participate in the planning of this war strategy? Since he knew beforehand that there was a flaw, why didn't he speak of it in time to avoid this disaster? A military advisor standing behind He Weian frowned and was slightly angry. He wasn't within the tent at that time, nor did he participate in the planning. Nie Fen looked at this military advisor with a calm gaze. Could it be? He Weian seemed to have thought of something and his pupils constricted. He still didn't dare believe it. If it was really like that, then he couldn't absolve himself from the blame. Duan Lingtian stood in the distance when he suddenly heard Nie Fen's words and noticed that Nie Fen was looking at him. He knew that Nie Fen was surely planning to sell him out. Duan Lingtian shook his head and brought along the puzzled Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun as he walked over in large strides to stand by Nie Fen's side. It's you guys. The expressions of the 2 military advisors behind He Weian went grim and their eyes revealed disbelief. Could it be that the Star Mastermind Department student commander Nie spoke of that reminded him was these 3 grade 1 students? The grade 1 students that were disdained and expelled by them that day? Their expressions became slightly unsightly. This person beside me is the peerless genius that gave rise to much discussion within the Crimson Sky Kingdom recently, Duan Lingtian. Others only know that Brother Ling Tian's natural talent in the martial Dao is peerless, but they don't know that he also has an extremely brilliant and unique understanding of war strategy. Before I left for the expedition, it was he who told me to be on guard against 2 situations, and that if one of them appeared, I must retreat at the first possible moment. At the beginning, I thought that he was exaggerating about those 2 situations, but only when one of them really appeared did I realize that his initial judgment was wrong. So, I made a prompt decision to lead the Crimson Wirm Army officers to cover your retreat. Otherwise, you wouldn't have only lost over 10,000 brothers, but even 30,000, 40,000, or even 50,000. Nie Fen's voice was loud and extremely infectious. General Nie Fen, you saved us, and we're all grateful to you. But, there's something I don't understand. Since this little brother is also a star mastermind department student, and since he saw through the flaw in the strategy Gu Xian formulated, why do we still carry out the attack according to Gu Xian's strategy? The captain of the border army that knelt at the front asked the question that was on the minds of most people present. Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he stood out. I can tell you this. For a moment, the gazes of everyone descended onto Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's tone was calm, as if he was narrating a matter that had nothing to do with him. That day, the two behind me and I had originally participated in the strategic planning against the southern barbaric city. But, later on, Gu Xian said that we would only be in the way and be completely useless. Without us, he would still have the confidence to breach the southern barbaric city. At that time, your general He's mind was confused by Gu Xian's words, and he felt that we were young, and felt that we were only grade 1 students of Paladin Academy's Star Mastermind department, so he expelled us. Later on, although I saw through the flaw in Gu Xian's strategy, if that flaw didn't go through actual combat, it would be difficult for others to believe. Moreover, with our status at that time, even if we said it, no one would believe us. Duan Lingtian slowly spoke. I can testify to this. Nie Fan added. At that time, even I didn't really believe the so-called flaw that Brother Ling Tian spoke of. Otherwise, I would absolutely not let my 10,000 plus brothers of the Crimson WYRM army take the risk. Duan Lingtian's words caused torrential flames of rage to accumulate within the hearts of the group of border army soldiers. Nie Fan's words were like a fuse that ignited their flames of rage, causing them to completely erupt. It's that Gu Xian again. You don't have the ability, yet you're still jealous of talent and squeezing out this brother Ling Tian who's both intelligent and courageous. For a moment, the group of border army soldiers all spoke with grief and indignation. Thump. Suddenly, the scene went deathly silent, and only the sound of kneeling could be heard. It was He Weian who had a flushed face as he knelt before the group of soldiers. Brothers, I didn't consider this matter thoroughly. It's all He Weian's fault. General He, why do you have to be like this? You were instigated by others. After all, with our age and experience, no normal person would believe us. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as his voice spread out. Exactly, Brother Ling Tian is right. This matter has nothing to do with the general. It has nothing to do with the general. The group of soldiers all spoke out in loud voices. He Weian's eyes emitted a trace of gratitude when he saw Duan Lingtian speaking up for him, and he had a face full of guilt. Duan Lingtian. Within the tent, Gu Xian gnashed his teeth with a face full of hatred. Wasn't Duan Lingtian pushing all the responsibility onto him by saying this? Although, he had to admit that it was indeed his responsibility. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian's words sounded out from outside, causing Gu Xian's gaze to light up. Chapter 209. I believe that all of you don't want anything to happen to General He as well, right? Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto the group of soldiers before him. Instantly, the scene was deathly silent. The nearly 90,000 soldiers had now gone silent. All right. Everyone, today, in front of everyone, Duan Lingtian, make a military pledge. 3 days from now, our side will surely breach the southern barbaric city and directly attack the enemy's stronghold to take revenge for the 10,000 plus brothers that have died. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian's voice became slightly louder, and his momentum shot into the sky like a rainbow. Duan Lingtian's words caused the eyes of the nearly 90,000 soldiers to light up. Now, they didn't dare underestimate this violet-clothed youth. This was a figure that had once seen through the flaws in the battle strategy formulated by Gu Xian. With Nie Fan as a witness, they firmly believed this without the slightest doubt. All of you stand up. Properly recuperate and accumulate strength. 3 days from now, we'll attack the southern barbaric city and wash away our humiliation. Duan Lingtian's voice abruptly became louder, and it was extremely infectious. Whoosh! 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 Instantly, the nearly 90,000 border army soldiers that were kneeling on the ground stood up one after another, and all of them had excited expressions. Wash away our humiliation. Wash away our humiliation. Amidst the mighty and excited shouts, the nearly 90,000 soldiers all retreated. At this moment, no one present dared underestimate the violet-clothed youth that stood there. If he's able to continue staying in the Crimson Sky Kingdom, then he'll surely be a figure on the same level as the Divine Might Marquis in the future. No, he might even surpass the Divine Might Marquis. He Weian was slightly moved when he saw the group of brothers under his command being persuaded to retreat by Duan Lingtian, and his eyes emitted reverence. This youth had obtained his respect. This kid. He's stolen my limelight. Niafan's brows raised, then he shook his head and laughed as he muttered to himself. General He, send some unrelated people away. Otherwise, I won't have the mood to discuss strategy with all of you. Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto He Weian, and it seemed as if he was referring to something. Brother Ling Tian, don't worry. He Weian nodded and returned to the tent. He looked at Gu Xian and said, Young Master Gu, I'll arrange a horse for you immediately. Please leave. Then why aren't you making the arrangements? Gu Xian glared. He didn't want to stay in this place for a moment longer. Right now, he only wanted to return to the imperial city and live his life as a young master. Duan Lingtian, you're really something. Xiao Sun looked at Duan Lingtian and laughed. You didn't see the faces of General He and those two strategists just now. It was as marvelous as marvelous. However, you didn't tell us that you also reminded Commander Nia of the flaws in Gu Xian's strategy. Don't you know now? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Xiao Yu looked at Duan Lingtian and didn't know what to say for a long time. In the end, he could only spit out two words, pervert. Soon, Gu Xian appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's eyes slightly narrowed. Humph. Gu Xian coldly swept Duan Lingtian with his gaze and sneered. Duan Lingtian, don't think I'll be grateful to you. Also, don't be complacent. You're just a grade 1 student of the Star Mastermind Department. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? You think you can think of a way to breach Southern Barbaric City? Before Duan Lingtian could speak, Xiao Sun couldn't watch any longer and ridiculed. That's still better than some people's lousy strategy that cheated over 10,000 soldiers to death. I'm really curious, what will happen if His Majesty the Emperor finds out about this? At that time, even if the Prime Minister is able to save your life, the punishment shouldn't be light, right? You. Gu Xian was angered by Xiao Sun to the point his face went pale. Young Master Gu, you can leave now. Right at this moment, He Weian's cold and indifferent voice sounded out. Gu Xian glared angrily at Xiao Sun, then his icy cold gaze swept past Duan Lingtian once more before leaving. He really got off easy. Xiao Sun's face sank when he saw Gu Xian leave. That might not be the case. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled with a mysterious and unfathomable expression. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian and Niafan walked side by side into the tent. He Weian and the two strategists walked in as well. Presently, Duan Lingtian was surrounded by everyone like a myriad of stars surrounding the moon. Brother Ling Tian, I apologize for what happened last time. He Weian looked at Duan Lingtian with a sincere expression. General He, there's no need to be like this. I've already said that you were prejudiced by the interference of some people. Coupled with my age, it's extremely difficult to convince others. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled with an indifferent expression. Brother Ling Tian has such bearing at such an age, you'll surely be a peerless figure in the future. He Weian spoke in admiration. General He, there's no need to be courteous with me. Let's get down to business. Duan Lingtian's gaze quickly descended onto the model layout of the southern barbaric city before him. In an instant, Duan Lingtian's eyes flickered with a sheen of wisdom, and he slowly spoke as he pointed. He had the imposing manner of passing judgment on the world. In his previous life, Duan Ling Tian had ingeniously used the 36 stratagems that had been passed down since ancient times in the Hua nation on earth, such as taking drastic measures to deal with the situation and borrowing arrows with straw boats. Before long, almost everyone present was immersed in the stratagems that Duan Ling Tian formulated. After a long time. Wonderful. Too wonderful. Especially this grass boat borrowing arrows, it fully utilized the wide moat outside the southern barbaric city. We originally didn't have many bows and arrows, and if we used bows and arrows to forcefully attack, we could only hold on for a while. But now it's different, we can completely take their arrows for our own use. He Weian had been in the army for many years and had abundant experience. His acute sense of smell told him that with the combination of these 3 stratagems, as long as he grasped the right timing, he would surely be able to take down the southern barbaric city. The other 2 strategists reacted as well, and they looked at Duan Ling Tian as they respectfully bowed. Brother Ling Tian is a genius. Nie Fan glanced deeply at Duan Ling Tian. The shock in his heart wasn't any less than He Weian's group of 3. Although he'd seen Duan Lingtian's stratagem of crossing the sea by deception, he never imagined that Duan Lingtian would be able to think of so many brilliant stratagems. Moreover, the 3 brilliant stratagems that Duan Lingtian spoke of now were even more closely linked. Including Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun, all the Star Mastermind Department students looked at the violet-clothed youth before them in disbelief. They even wished for nothing more than to break open the youth's head and see what was actually inside. Even the 2 people who were originally by Gu Xian's side and had always been hostile towards Duan Lingtian could see admiration in each other's eyes when they glanced at each other. The stratagem that we formulated today is only a rough idea. Once we're on the battlefield, we'll have to improvise according to the situation. Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised when he saw the shock on everyone's faces. The 36 stratagems were the treasures that were passed down from the ancient ancestors of China on Earth in his previous life. If used properly, one would be invincible in battle. I believe that with Brother Ling Tian commanding us, we'll surely be able to obtain a great victory. A smile appeared on He Weian's face as well, and his eyes seemed to be slightly excited. Because he could finally take revenge for the 10,000+ brothers that had died under his command. Then we'll depart 3 days later. Our Crimson Wirm army will be in charge of the assault, and your border army will be in charge of the frontal assault. Nie Fan nodded as well and made the decision. In next to no time, everyone dispersed one after another. 3 days later, they'd set out for southern barbaric city and wash away their previous disgrace. Xiao Sun looked at Duan Lingtian when he'd just returned to the tent and asked. Duan Lingtian, what the heck is in your head? Taking drastic measures to deal with the situation, sneaking around, borrowing money with straw boats. I've never heard of these stratagems before. How did you think of them? Also, when Gu Xian left, what did you mean when you said that might not be the case? Duan Lingtian shrugged. Xiao Sun, how do you want me to answer you with so many questions? I can't be bothered with you. When the time comes, you'll naturally know. Xiao Sun laughed bitterly. Xiao Yu, however, seemed to have long since known that this would be the outcome, so he didn't ask a single word. Even so, the gaze he looked at Duan Lingtian with was extremely complicated. Perhaps, being able to become friends with Duan Lingtian in this lifetime could be considered as his greatest gain and honor. Outside Relentless Thriving City, a fine horse galloped out. A young man in a slightly sorry state ceaselessly clamped his legs onto the horse's belly, and the horsewhip in his hand didn't stop, ceaselessly spurring the horse beneath him to speed up without end. After galloping for a few kilometers, the young man noticed that the speed of the horse beneath him had slowed down. In next to no time, the horse directly fell down, foaming at the mouth and not making a sound. Obviously, it had been poisoned to death. The young man's face went grim as he faintly realized that there was something strange about this matter. Right at this moment. Giddy up! Giddy up! 10 tall horses galloped over, and in the blink of an eye, they surrounded the young man in the center. On the 10 horses were 10 middle-aged men in casual clothes, and they were currently staring at the young man with cold and indifferent expressions. Their eyes flickered with bloodthirsty killing intent. "You all. I know you, you're a captain of the border army. And you're a captain as well." The young man felt that these people were familiar at the beginning, and in next to no time, he recalled them. These people had respectfully obeyed his orders on the battlefield yesterday and led the army to attack southern barbaric city. "Young Master Gu, when you're on the road to hell, remember to apologize to our 10,000+ brothers." One of the captains that was recognized shot an icy cold gaze at the young man, as if he was looking at a dead man. "You all. How audacious of you. I'm the son of the Prime Minister, you all dare touch me?" The young man was precisely Gu Xian. Gu Xian never imagined that after escaping relentless thriving city, he would actually encounter the border army's pursuit, and his expression was incomparably unsightly. "The son of the Prime Minister?" Another captain sneered. "If it wasn't for you being the son of the Prime Minister, do you think you'd be able to walk out of our campsite? If it wasn't for us being worried that the general would be implicated, do you think we would be so kind as to let you leave? That's over 10,000 lives." As he finished speaking, this captain was slightly hysterical. You all can't kill me. You can't kill me. So long as you don't kill me, I'll give you anything you want. Glory, splendor, wealth, a group of beauties, I can give you anything you want." Gu Xian was afraid, he was truly afraid. Chapter 210. Do you think that the lives of over 10,000 of our brothers can be measured by other things? Another captain spoke out with a cold and indifferent voice, and his body even emitted dense killing intent. "If something happens to me, aren't you afraid my father will look for trouble with your border army?" Gu Xian's face sank when he saw the 10 captains remaining indifferent. Since the soft approach didn't work, he used the hard approach. Instantly, all the captains looked at each other, and in the end, they couldn't refrain from laughing. "Young Master Gu, everyone knows that our general has already let you go, and you've left relentless thriving city. Do you think that even if you died outside, this matter would implicate our general? Others would only think that you encountered bandits on the way and were robbed of your wealth and life. So, young Master Gu, you don't have to worry about our general." The captains mocked him all at once, causing Gu Xian's face to become more and more unsightly. He naturally knew that what these people said was true. Now, he regretted it. He shouldn't have left the border army's campsite. Even if he was shameless, he should have stayed at the border army's campsite and waited for the Crimson Wyrm army to return with him. At the very least, he would be able to keep his life like this. "No. Don't kill me." Gu Xian's face went ghastly pale, and his eyes emitted deep terror. But unfortunately, no matter how he begged for mercy, under the hands of the 10 extremely furious captains, he was unable to escape death in the end. Even if he was a third-level origin course stage martial artist. But before these 10 captains of the border army that were like wolves and tigers, he was still unable to withstand a single blow. Gu Xian was killed as expected, and his corpse was buried in the wilderness. Perhaps it would never be discovered by anyone. They're rather nimble. Deep into the night, relentless thriving city, at an inconspicuous corner of the border army's campsite, Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. Presently, there were 2 other people standing before Duan Lingtian. Zhang Qian, Zhao Gang. Duan Lingtian had just found out about the matter of Gu Xian being killed from Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang. Perhaps, even those 10 captains of the border army never imagined that everything they did was seen by Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang. That Gu Xian's death isn't worth regretting. When Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang mentioned Gu Xian, they were extremely angry. They were all high-ranking officers in the army, and they were also furious at the fact that Gu Xian had killed tens of thousands of border soldiers. Alright, it's all in the past. Just wait for the show in 3 days. A confident expression appeared on Duan Ling Tian's face. 3 days later, Shaoxing City once again dispatched troops towards the direction of the Southern Dynasty Kingdom to attack the southern barbarian city that was 15 kilometers away. Infantry made up more than half of the border army, so the Crimson Wirm army and the border army combined to form an army of 100,000 still required an entire day's time to head to southern barbaric city. Duan Ling Tian spurred his horse forward and walked at the front with Nia Fen and He Weian. They set out early in the morning, and as the sun set in the west, the 100,000-strong army arrived outside a mountain range. The Hengduan Mountains in the distance attracted Duan Lingtian's attention. The Hengduan mountain range seemed to have been forcefully split open by an almighty with unparalleled strength. Brother Ling Tian will arrive at southern barbaric city after crossing this Hengduan mountain range. We'll be resting on the other side of the Hengduan mountain range tonight. He Weian reminded. Duan Ling Tian nodded, but his gaze never left the Hengduan mountain range. What? Brother Ling Tian is interested in this Hengduan mountain range? He Weian asked with a smile. I feel that the ravine in the middle of this mountain range doesn't seem to be naturally formed. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled. Brother Ling Tian, there's a legend in our northwest border. According to the legend, a very very long time ago, 2 experts had once descended here and started a great battle that shook the heavens and the earth. In the end, one of the experts made a move and slashed this mountain range apart with a single strike of his saber. Whereas the ravine in the middle of the Hengduan mountain range, which is this path, was precisely slashed open by that expert with a single strike of his saber. He Weian slowly spoke. Duan Ling Tian nodded. This legend was most likely true. Moreover, the strength of that expert wasn't weak. Who knows how many years have passed since that expert made a move. That expert has probably already transformed into a pile of dirt. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. In Cloud Continent, even if someone as strong as Emperor Wu had a long lifespan, there would still be an end to it. After passing through the ravine in the middle of the mountain range, the army of 100,000 arrived at the other side of the Hengduan mountain range. Presently, the sky had already gradually darkened. The army of 100,000 set up numerous tents on the spot. Night descended. Duan Ling Tian, sleep early. We still have to attack the southern barbaric city tomorrow morning. Xiao Sun informed Duan Ling Tian before returning to his tent and lying down to rest. Xiao Yu followed in as well. They were slightly anticipating the battle to attack the city tomorrow in their hearts. Duan Ling Tian, however, wasn't sleepy. Their tent was close to the side of the Hengduan mountain range. Presently, Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto a nearby enormous rock. There was a pool of liquid on the enormous rock. The liquid was crimson in color, and this was a pure color. This. Duan Ling Tian walked over, dipped a trace of the liquid, and brought it close to his nose to smell it. It's wine. Instantly, Duan Ling Tian noticed that when the smell of wine entered his nose, it actually caused the origin energy in his body to become turbulent. This isn't an ordinary wine. Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted, and he started searching for related records in the lifetime memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. Within Cloud Continent, there weren't many wines that had an effect on origin energy. Especially a wine that appeared in a remote mountain forest like this. In the end, Duan Ling Tian locked onto one of the wines. Monkey wine. Monkey wine was usually brewed from the ferocious beast, stone monkey, and was brewed by the stone monkey by gathering treasures of heaven and earth. When consumed by martial artists below the void prying stage, it was greatly helpful to their cultivation. Normally, this wine would only appear in places where stone monkeys appeared. Even if it was Samsara Emperor Wu who'd experienced 2 lifetimes, he'd only encountered stone monkeys in 5 places and seized monkey wine. Moreover, his cultivation was already at the void prying stage at that time, and seizing the monkey wine from the stone monkeys was only for the sake of tasting the strength of the monkey wine. Looks like it's very likely that stone monkeys exist within this Hengduan mountain range. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up as he silently flashed out and searched all along the way, and he noticed some scattered traces of monkey wine. According to his guess, there ought to be stone monkeys that came here to drink monkey wine. Before long, Duan Lingtian arrived at the foot of a mountain at the side of the Hengduan mountain range. Presently, Duan Lingtian was already extremely far away from the place where the army of 100,000 was garrisoned. Young master. Two figures silently appeared by Duan Lingtian's side. They were slightly curious. What did the young master come here for in the middle of the night? Could it be that he wants to enter the Hengduan mountain range? Zhang Qian, Zhao Gang, how much do the two of you know about this place? Duan Lingtian asked Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang. Zhang Qian pondered for a moment, then said, Young master, according to what we know, there are groups of wild beasts within this Hengduan mountain range, and there are many fierce beasts as well. It's even to the extent that there might be nascent soul stage fierce beasts within. As expected. Duan Lingtian nodded and his eyes lit up. Looks like his guess wasn't wrong. There were surely many stone monkeys within this Hengduan mountain range, and there might even be groups of monkeys. My luck isn't bad. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a smile. The monkey wine was extremely beneficial to him now. If he was able to obtain the monkey wine, he was confident that he would directly break through to the 9th level of the core formation stage. Even if he broke through to the origin core stage, it wouldn't take too long. Zhang Qian, Zhao Gang, come with me. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he moved as if transforming into an incomparably swift spirit serpent that directly flashed up the Hengduan mountain range. Although Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang didn't know why Duan Lingtian would be interested in the Hengduan mountain range, they still followed him. Their duty was to protect Duan Lingtian's safety. After entering the Hengduan mountain range, they naturally encountered many wild beasts and fierce beasts. All of them were easily killed by Duan Lingtian's group of 3. As they continued deeper, they couldn't see any wild beasts anymore. All that pounced at them were fierce beasts, and even with Duan Lingtian's current strength, he still felt pressured. However, with Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang present, their forward speed didn't slow down. Finally, within a spacious gorge, Duan Lingtian noticed traces of stone monkeys. Stone monkeys were different from ordinary apes. Their bodies were extremely small, yet their speed was like lightning. The weakest adult stone monkey had a strength at the origin core stage. Some of the stronger ones were even comparable to nascent soul stage martial artists. That year, Samsara Emperor Wu encountered several groups of stone monkeys, and there were 2 groups of monkey kings that had stepped into the void prying stage and had already transformed into demon beasts. I shouldn't be so unlucky, right? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Presently, Duan Lingtian was hiding on a large tree outside the only exit of the gorge. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang followed by Duan Lingtian's side. At this moment, the 2 of them noticed the location of the stone monkeys, and they had puzzled expressions. Young master, what kind of monkey is this? Why do I feel that its size is even smaller than ordinary monkeys? Stone monkey. Duan Lingtian said. What? Stone monkey? Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang's pupils constricted when they heard Duan Lingtian. Although they'd never seen a stone monkey, they'd heard many rumors about it. Stone monkeys were a type of formidable fierce beast. Most importantly, they knew how to brew a type of spirit wine called monkey wine. This type of spirit wine, when consumed by martial artists below the void prying stage, was extremely beneficial to their cultivation. The lower the cultivation, the more beneficial it was. For example, if a core formation stage martial artist drank the monkey wine, it was very possible for them to directly break through 1 or 2 levels. I never expected that stone monkeys would actually exist in this Hengduan mountain range. Moreover, it's hidden so well. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang's eyes shone as they thought about the monkey wine. Don't be careless. According to my current observation, there's a group of stone monkeys in this gorge. There might even be a monkey king among them. Duan Lingtian's expression was heavy, and he wasn't as optimistic as Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang. Monkey King. Obviously, Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang didn't know much about stone monkeys. A monkey king might be a fierce beast, but it might also be a demon beast. Even if it's a fierce beast, it's absolutely in existence at the half-step void stage. Chapter 211. Demon Beast? Half-step void stage. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang's pupils constricted and they had astonished expressions when they heard this. A demonic beast was undoubtedly equivalent to a true emptiness stage expert. Not to mention a demon beast monkey king, even a half-step void stage monkey king wasn't in existence they could go against. Young master, then will, Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang looked at Duan Lingtian and were slightly hesitant. Although the monkey wine was good, it was far from being as important as their lives. Act according to the circumstances. Duan Lingtian brought Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang along as they lightly flashed through the trees, and everything within the gorge entered their eyes. They could see those stone monkeys standing in groups of 3 to 5 everywhere. Young master, is that monkey wine? Duan Lingtian looked towards the direction Zhang Qian pointed at. There was a small pond there, and the pond was half filled with liquid. The liquid was crimson red, and it was exactly the same color as the monkey wine in the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. Right, that's monkey wine. Duan Lingtian nodded. We have to think of a way to steal some monkey wine now. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang nodded, as they were extremely interested in the monkey wine as well. How about this, the two of you draw away the surrounding stone monkeys. I'll seize the opportunity to collect the monkey wine, how about it? Duan Lingtian looked at Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang, and when he noticed they were slightly hesitant, he instantly scolded with a smile. Do you think I'll harm the two of you? Even the strongest of these stone monkeys is inferior to the two of you. So long as you draw them away at the first possible moment, I can collect the monkey wine. Young master, you can discern their strength? Zhang Qian stared with a face full of astonishment, as he suddenly noticed that this young master was truly omnipotent. The strength of a stone monkey can be determined based on the color of their fur. Look, those 3 stone monkeys have dark yellow fur, and they're minors. Their strength is only at the origin core stage, and they're the youngest amongst these stone monkeys. Those with slightly yellow fur are all adult stone monkeys, and the strongest is at most at the 6th level of the nascent soul stage. As for the stone monkeys at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage or above, their fur is slightly closer to dark gold. However, there are no such stone monkeys here. My guess is that the stronger stone monkeys should be in the monkey cave. Duan Lingtian looked at the stone monkeys in the gorge as if he was familiar with them. Young master, you even know this? Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang were both astonished. They immediately asked, where is the monkey cave? Behind the forest over there, do you see it? Duan Lingtian pointed to the side of the mountain in the distance. There was a cave shrouded in the forest. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't have noticed it. Young master, we'll be off then. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang looked at each other, took a deep breath, and said to Duan Lingtian. Go. Remember, don't hurt them, or the consequences will be unimaginable. Duan Lingtian nodded, but he was a little nervous. Let's take a gamble. He hoped that there was no monkey king here. Even if there was a monkey king, he hoped that it was not a demon beast. If it was a demonic beast, I wouldn't be able to escape even if I took the monkey wine. Riches and honor were found in danger. Duan Lingtian was taking a gamble now. Samsara Emperor Wu had encountered groups of stone monkeys many times, but only twice had he encountered a demon beast monkey king. He didn't believe that his luck was really so good. Whoosh! Whoosh! Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang responded. Their figures flashed and appeared before a group of stone monkeys, startling all the stone monkeys in the canyon. The stone monkeys in groups of 3 to 5 obviously didn't expect that humans would appear, and after being stunned for a moment, they pounced towards Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang. Even the few stone monkeys that were guarding the pond that contained the monkey wine now chased towards Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang. Now is the time. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he saw the group of stone monkeys within the canyon chasing Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang out of the canyon. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Duan Lingtian's strength exploded out, and 21 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above him. At that time, before he broke through to the 8th level of the core formation stage, Duan Lingtian already had the strength of 19 ancient mammoths. Half a month ago, he broke through to the 8th level of the core formation stage and consumed the dragon blood pill to complete the tempering of his fleshly body, so he had the strength of another 2 ancient mammoths. His current strength was even slightly superior to a first-level origin core stage martial artist. Duan Lingtian's eyes shone when he saw the pond that contained the monkey wine coming closer and closer. Now, the medicinal cauldron appeared in his hand. This was also the only container in his hand. Bang! Duan Lingtian's body descended onto the ground, and he descended beside the small pond. However, right when Duan Lingtian intended to use the medicinal cauldron to collect the monkey wine, an awe-inspiring strong wind swept out and instantly arrived behind him. Duan Lingtian's body froze. I can't be so unlucky, right? The golden figure that flashed by earlier caused traces of coldness to involuntarily arise within Duan Lingtian's heart. When Duan Lingtian turned around, only through the bright moonlight did he notice that a stone monkey that was completely covered in golden fur had appeared before his eyes. This stone monkey was a few times larger than an ordinary stone monkey, and was only slightly shorter than Duan Lingtian. Presently, its pair of golden eyes were staring at Duan Lingtian, and it revealed traces of hostility. Demon. Demon Beast Monkey King. Duan Lingtian's body was slightly stiff. He never imagined that he would really be so unlucky, meeting a Demon Beast Monkey King on his first encounter with a stone monkey. The Demon Beast Monkey King was in existence at the Void Prying stage. Moreover, Duan Lingtian could discern from the characteristics of the Monkey King before him that this Monkey King wasn't an existence that had just transformed into a demon beast. Its strength was at least at the 4th level of the Void Prying stage or above. Whoosh! 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 Right at this moment, another group of stone monkeys flashed out from the monkey cave and surrounded Duan Lingtian in the center. Amongst these stone monkeys, there were many existences with dark gold fur. These stone monkeys were all existences at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage or above. A trace of a bitter smile appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth. Some things really couldn't be casually gambled. The group of stone monkeys surrounded Duan Lingtian, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, and were extremely ferocious. It seemed as if so long as the Monkey King gave the order, they would pounce over and tear Duan Lingtian into pieces. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and recovered his senses. He realized that if he wanted to survive, he could only put in more effort on the Monkey King before him. Demon beasts had already begun to possess human nature and were able to understand human speech. Respected Monkey King, I have no ill intentions. Duan Lingtian looked at the golden-haired Monkey King that stared coldly at him and tried to communicate with it. Roar! The golden-haired Monkey King roared in a low voice and pointed at the monkey wine in the nearby pool, as if it was angrily denouncing Duan Lingtian as a thief. This, Monkey King. I only want to ask for some wine to drink, I have no ill intentions. I didn't harm a single one of your people. Duan Lingtian gestured as he explained. He felt a wave of bitterness in his heart. When had he ever spoken so humbly? And it was even towards a monkey. However, when one was under the eaves, one had no choice but to lower one's head. If he wanted to survive, then he had to have a deep communication with the Monkey King and obtain its forgiveness. Roar roar, the Monkey King roared twice more, and its icy cold eyes eased up slightly as it pointed towards outside the gorge. You want me to leave? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up, as he never imagined that the Stone Monkey King would be so easy to talk to. That. Can you give me some monkey wine? Realizing that he had escaped danger, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but seize the opportunity, and he pointed at the nearby pool as he probingly asked the Monkey King. Roar roar. Unexpectedly, the originally docile Monkey King immediately glared at him with its golden eyes, and its body was filled with a dense murderous aura. Alright. Alright. I'll leave now. Duan Lingtian hurriedly waved his hand and put away the medicinal cauldron in his hand. Under the escort of the stone monkeys, he walked out of the gorge step by step. He thought to himself, in the future, when this young master's strength surpasses yours, I'll teach you a good lesson. Just as Duan Lingtian arrived at the exit of the gorge. Roar, a mournful roar of a stone monkey was transmitted over. Not good. Duan Lingtian's expression changed. His first thought was, could it be that Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang didn't listen to him and hurt those stone monkeys? If that was the case, he would really be doomed by Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang this time. Just as Duan Lingtian's expression changed, the Monkey King also let out a furious roar. A group of stone monkeys once again surrounded Duan Lingtian, forcing him back. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly, and his heart was filled with trepidation. He only hoped that it wasn't Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang that touched those stone monkeys. Swoosh! Right at this moment, a stone monkey that was twice the size of an ordinary stone monkey with fur between dark gold and gold entered the gorge. Crimson-red blood was still ceaselessly dripping from the claws of this stone monkey. On its back was a stone monkey with dark gold fur. This stone monkey lay on the former's body with its arms hanging down, and its claws flickered with a sheen that was pitch black like ink. Obviously, it had been poisoned. Half-step void stage. Duan Lingtian looked at the stone monkey that carried the poisoned stone monkey in, and his pupils constricted as a trace of a bitter smile appeared on his face. This group of stone monkeys seemed to be even more terrifying than he'd imagined. Besides the demon beast Great Monkey King, there was also a half-step void stage Second Monkey King. Woo-woo, the Second Monkey King put down the poisoned stone monkey on its back before flashing out of the gorge. When it entered once more, it was carrying a jet-black enormous python on its shoulder. The enormous python had already been killed, and there were many marks of being bitten and clawed on the enormous python's body. This enormous python ought to be the spoils of war of the Second Monkey King. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Duan Lingtian quickly recognized this enormous python after he searched the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. This was a dark cloud python. Looking at the markings on the dark cloud python's body, Duan Lingtian estimated that its strength ought to be at the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. Now, he'd roughly guessed the sequence of events. It ought to be the dark cloud python that injured the poisoned stone monkey, and the stone monkey was poisoned by the dark cloud python. Later on, the dark cloud python died at the hands of the Second Monkey King. The dark cloud python's poison, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up, seeming to have thought of something happy. Now, Duan Lingtian was able to discern that the poisoned stone monkey hadn't died, and was only bitten and poisoned. Of course, if it wasn't detoxified in time, this stone monkey wouldn't be able to live for more than an hour. Woo-woo! Right at this moment, the group of stone monkeys swarmed over and dismembered the corpse of the dark cloud python into 1,000 pieces. Chapter 212. Duan Lingtian could tell that this group of stone monkeys was taking revenge for their tribesmen. Very soon, not a single piece of the black cloud python's corpse could be seen. Inner core. Very soon, Duan Lingtian saw the inner core of the black cloud python. The Second Monkey King directly grabbed the inner core, stuffed it into its mouth, and swallowed it. Its dark golden eyes revealed a vicious expression. And now, after the group of stone monkeys tore apart the black cloud python's corpse, their eyes turned red. When they looked at Duan Lingtian again, the killing intent in their eyes didn't seem to dissipate. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. These stone monkeys wouldn't directly pounce on him and tear him into pieces, right? Whoosh! 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 And at this moment, the group of stone monkeys that had been lured away by Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang also returned. They looked at the big monkey king, and shook their small heads while gesturing with their monkey claws. Occasionally, they would point at Duan Lingtian. Although Duan Lingtian couldn't understand what they were gesturing, he could guess that these stone monkeys should be reporting to the big monkey king about Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang. As expected. Roar, the big monkey king looked at Duan Lingtian. Its roar was mixed with anger, as though it was saying that Duan Lingtian had lied to it. Monkey king, don't be agitated. My two friends don't have any evil intentions. Since your tribesmen couldn't catch up to them, it means that their strength is inferior to theirs. If we had any evil intentions, we would have definitely acted against your tribesmen. Duan Lingtian gestured with his hands as he spoke to the big monkey king. Roar, just when Duan Lingtian saw that the big monkey king's emotions had calmed down and couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief, the second monkey king suddenly jumped out. Its dark golden eyes emitted a cold light as it stared at Duan Lingtian. Next, it gestured to the big monkey king. The big monkey king nodded. Its gaze toward Duan Lingtian also became colder. Not good. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. He discovered that the two monkey kings were brimming with killing intent as they pounced on him. I can save it. When the two monkey kings rushed over, Duan Lingtian quickly used his trump card and pointed at the poisoned stone monkey. Roar! The big monkey king roared and appeared in front of Duan Lingtian in the blink of an eye, blocking the attack of the two Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian could feel that his clothes were completely soaked with sweat. Just now, he was so close to death. Roar roar, the great monkey king roared twice at Duan Lingtian. Its cold golden eyes flashed with a hint of doubt. You don't need to doubt me. I'm an alchemist. Do you understand? Duan Lingtian took out the medicine cauldron from his storage ring and waved it in front of the big monkey king. Originally, Duan Lingtian didn't expect the monkey king to understand. Unexpectedly. The big monkey king hesitated for a moment before lightly nodding. Then it's fine. All right, ask your people to leave. I'm going to refine medicinal pills for your injured people. Duan Lingtian nodded, then he glanced at the group of stone monkeys that surrounded him before speaking to the big monkey king. Roar roar, the big monkey king roared twice in a low voice, and this time, it was directed at the group of stone monkeys. For a moment, the group of stone monkeys seemed to know from the big monkey king that Duan Lingtian could save their clansmen, and they hurriedly left. Their crimson-red eyes calmed down. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. Under the gazes of the group of stone monkeys, Duan Lingtian started to refine the pill. If news of what happened today were to spread out, then I'd absolutely be the first alchemist to do so. Making a 4th level void prying stage demon beast monkey king, a half-step void stage demon beast monkey king, and a group of stone monkeys watch me refine pills, besides me, who would dare do this? At this moment, a trace of complacency actually arose within Duan Lingtian's heart. It seemed as if he'd already completely forgotten that he was refining pills before so many stone monkeys only for the sake of survival. Fortunately, the dark cloud python is only a fierce beast, and its poison is nothing. A grade 9 spirit cleansing pill is able to completely eradicate it. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, and he withdrew a pile of medicinal materials from his spatial ring. At that time, when Duan Lingtian refined the grade 9 spirit cleansing pill for the Divine Might Marquis Estate's senior marquis, he still had half of the medicinal materials left, but he never imagined that he would use them here. Looks like I have to prepare more medicinal materials for the spirit cleansing pill in the future, as it can save my life at a critical moment. Duan Lingtian could imagine that if it wasn't for him just happening to have the medicinal materials to refine the grade 9 spirit cleansing pill in his possession today, his end would surely be the same as the dark cloud python. Duan Lingtian leisurely refined the grade 9 spirit cleansing pill here. Whereas Zhang Qian and Xiao Gang instead hid outside the gorge with anxious expressions. Why hasn't the young master come out yet? Let's wait a while longer, the young master doesn't seem like a short-lived person. Zhang Qian and Xiao Gang could only silently wait in torment. 2 hours later. Whoosh! 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 3 grade 9 spirit cleansing pills flew out from within the cauldron and were received by Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian walked towards the poisoned stone monkey. The stone monkey's body was cold now, and its face was jet black, as if it was covered in a layer of gloomy clouds. Duan Lingtian helped the stone monkey open its mouth and fed it a grade 9 spirit cleansing pill. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian placed his hand on the stone monkey's back, intending to use his origin energy to dissolve the medicinal strength of the spirit cleansing pill for the stone monkey. Roar! When the second Monkey King saw this scene, its dark golden eyes went cold, and its body swayed, seeming to want to make a move against Duan Lingtian. Roar! The big Monkey King stopped the second Monkey King in time, as it obviously saw that Duan Lingtian didn't have any ill intentions towards the stone monkey. Seeing that the stone monkey's complexion had recovered, and the poison that had spread to its paws had been removed, Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. Success! Woo woo! At this moment, the stone monkey that had been cured of the poison with the help of Duan Lingtian woke up. It looked at Duan Lingtian, and its dark golden eyes flickered with a gentle luster. It's fine now. Duan Lingtian smiled at the stone monkey and helped it up. Including the second Monkey King, all the stone monkeys let out excited roars when they saw that their clansmen had recovered. These roars were also heard by Zhang Qian and Xiao Gang, who were hiding outside the gorge. Zhang Qian, the roars of these stone monkeys seemed to be very excited. Zhang Qian looked at Xiao Gang with a puzzled expression. Why are you looking at me? I don't know. Xiao Gang rolled his eyes at Zhang Qian, then said worriedly, I wonder how the young master is now. Don't worry, the young master will surely be blessed by the heavens. Although Zhang Qian said this, he still had a worried expression on his face. Within the gorge, Duan Lingtian had cured the poison of that stone monkey. Other than dispelling the hostility of the other stone monkeys towards him, he had also removed the poison. The big Monkey King also stretched out its paw and pointed at the small pond that contained the monkey wine not far away. It was obviously telling Duan Lingtian that if he wanted the wine, he could go and get it. Duan Lingtian smiled. This big Monkey King was quite tactful. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to use the cauldron to collect the monkey wine, woo woo, that stone monkey that had been poisoned earlier roared twice at Duan Lingtian, then transformed into a dark golden shadow and rushed into the monkey cave. When it came out again, it took out a gourd and passed it to Duan Lingtian, nodding its head like a human. Thanks. Duan Lingtian took the gourd and smiled at the stone monkey. However, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Just a moment ago, he was still trembling in fear. But now, the bitter end was over. There was no need to steal the monkey wine. The big Monkey King directly told him to get it himself. Duan Lingtian took out a gourd of monkey wine and stored it in his storage ring. Only then did he stand up and look at the big Monkey King. The big Monkey King nodded its head at him. Its golden eyes emitted a gentle luster. Take these 2 pills. In the future, if any of our tribesmen are poisoned, just let them consume these pills. Duan Lingtian passed the other 2 grade 9 spirit cleansing pills to Great Monkey King. Woo woo, the eyes of the other stone monkeys lit up. They had just seen the effects of these pills and knew how precious they were. Very quickly, Duan Lingtian discovered that the other stone monkeys, including the 2 Monkey Kings, actually bowed to him like a human, causing him to be overwhelmed by the favor. He suddenly felt that these stone monkeys were rather cute. The big Monkey King took the 2 pills from Duan Lingtian and actually bowed to Duan Lingtian. This caused Duan Lingtian to feel a wave of complacency. This was a demon beast at the 4th level of the void prying stage or above. With my current relationship with this group of stone monkeys, if there's any enemy in the future, would I be able to lure him in and ask the Monkey King to help me kill him? Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. But he knew as well that this was only an extravagant hope. It was impossible for him to lure someone to the Hengduan mountain range from afar. Thank you for the monkey wine. I'll be leaving first. I'll come see all of you if I have the chance in the future. Under the gazes of all the stone monkeys, Duan Lingtian waved his hand to them and walked out of the gorge. He was about to walk out of the gorge. Roar! Suddenly, the big Monkey King roared in a low voice. Duan Lingtian's face went grim. This big Monkey King wouldn't be regretting it and wants to repay kindness with enmity, right? However, Duan Lingtian still obediently stopped moving, and his scalp went numb as he turned around to look at the big Monkey King. Only now did he notice that the big Monkey King wasn't enraged, and instead nodded to him before looking at the two Monkey Kings and waving its sharp monkey claws, seeming to be communicating with the two Monkey Kings. What does it want to do? Duan Lingtian was bewildered in his heart. Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian saw the two Monkey Kings nod and directly dash into the monkey cave. In next to no time, the two Monkey Kings came out once more. The two Monkey Kings held a small gourd in their paws, and they passed it over to the big Monkey King. The big Monkey King took the small gourd and walked over to Duan Lingtian before passing the small gourd to Duan Lingtian. This is... Under his curiosity, Duan Lingtian opened the small gourd and placed it before his nose to smell it. Instantly, a pungent wine fragrance assaulted his nose. Whoosh! The origin energy within Duan Lingtian's body suddenly started to roil, causing Duan Lingtian to feel his entire body burn, and he felt a wave of discomfort. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, Raging Python Form. Without the slightest hesitation, Duan Lingtian directly circulated his cultivation method, causing his origin energy to circulate according to the cultivation path of the Raging Python form. Bang! Instantly, Duan Lingtian noticed to his astonishment that his origin energy actually directly strengthened and broke through the bottleneck. He directly stepped into the 9th level of the core formation stage. This, Duan Lingtian was dumbstruck. Even if he drank the monkey wine, it was impossible for him to directly break through to the 9th level of the core formation stage in the blink of an eye. At the very least, he would need a few days to digest the alcohol. But now... Chapter 213. Duan Lingtian was stupefied, completely stupefied. What kind of wine was in this small gourd? Lowering his head to take a look at the small gourd, he could clearly see that the wine in the small gourd wasn't the vermilion red color of the monkey wine, but was instead closer to the crimson red color of blood. Instantly, the memories of reincarnation Emperor Wu flashed past Duan Lingtian's mind. Could it be that this is the legendary Monkey King wine? Duan Lingtian's heartbeat suddenly sped up, and his chest rose and fell continuously like a bellows. The Monkey King wine had an effect similar to the Void Advancement Pill, and it was a necessary item for the half-step Void Stage Monkey King to break through to become a demon beast. However, the Void Advancement Pill had side effects, but this Monkey King wine didn't. Besides the effect of the Void Advancement Pill, the Monkey King wine could also increase one's cultivation, and its effect was far superior to the Monkey King wine. My luck is too good, right? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. After all, even if Reincarnation Emperor Wu had experienced 2 lifetimes and encountered many groups of stone monkeys, he still had no luck to encounter the Monkey King wine. Because once the Monkey King wine was brewed, the half-step Void Stage Monkey King would drink it at the first moment and undergo the transformation of a demon beast. Only the Monkey King wine knew how to brew it. If it wasn't voluntary, no matter how strong the existence, it was unable to force the Monkey King to brew the Monkey King wine. Even Reincarnation Emperor Wu had only heard of the Monkey King wine. He had once used force to force a demon beast, the Monkey King, to brew the legendary Monkey King wine. However, that Monkey King would rather die than brew the Monkey King wine for Emperor Wu. It could be imagined how good Duan Lingtian's luck was. The Monkey King wine was something that could only be encountered but not sought. Very quickly, Duan Lingtian noticed that the second Monkey King was eagerly staring at the small gourd in his hand, and was obviously somewhat reluctant to part with it. Presumably, this Monkey King wine was prepared to be used to break through to become a demon beast. However, Duan Lingtian didn't pay attention to it. To him, the Monkey King wine was something that could only be encountered but not sought. But to the Monkey King, he only needed to spend some time to brew it. Looks like I've obtained the true friendship of these stone monkeys. Duan Lingtian knew very well that the fact that the Monkey King could take out the Monkey King wine as a reward meant that the stone monkeys did not treat him as an outsider. Thank you. Duan Lingtian smiled at the great Monkey King. After putting away the Monkey King wine, he swaggered out of the canyon under the gaze of the stone monkeys. What he had just faced made Duan Lingtian feel like he was in a dream. It was simply playing with his heartbeat. However, all in all, he had gained a lot. Duan Lingtian's lips curled into a smile. Young master. After Duan Lingtian walked out of the canyon, Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang also appeared. Looking at the intact Duan Lingtian, they were stunned. Young master, that group of stone monkeys didn't attack you. Earlier, they had seen how Duan Lingtian swaggered out slowly. He did not seem like he was escaping. Woo-woo! Suddenly, Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang noticed that a stone monkey had jumped onto a tree at the side of the canyon, and it extended out a hand to wave at Duan Lingtian like a human. It was precisely the stone monkey that was poisoned from before. Subsequently. Whoosh! 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 The dense group of monkeys dashed out of the canyon and descended onto the tree outside the canyon before waving at Duan Lingtian in unison. This, Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang were instantly petrified. Who could tell them exactly what had happened? Why did these stone monkeys that were chasing them without letting go and were extremely ferocious become docile like little kittens before their young master? Moreover, they noticed it as well. Amongst these stone monkeys, there was no lack of existences with dark gold fur. According to what their young master said, these stone monkeys were all existences at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage or above, and every single one of them had a strength that wasn't inferior to them. The two of them felt their scalps go numb. In next to no time, their pupils constricted. Because they saw two enormous stone monkeys walk out. One of them was over 1.7 meters tall, and the other was almost 1 meter tall. Compared to the other stone monkeys that weren't even half a meter tall, they simply stood out like cranes amongst chickens. They wouldn't be monkey kings, right? Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang's hearts jerked as this thought suddenly emerged in their minds. They noticed as well that when the other stone monkeys faced these two stone monkeys, their sharp eyes obviously contained a sense of reverence mixed within. It was reverence that came from the bottom of their hearts, reverence that came from the soul. Big Monkey King, Second Monkey King, and you group of little stone monkeys, will meet again if fate allows. Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised when he saw the entire group of monkeys come out, including the two Monkey Kings, and he waved his hand to bid them farewell. The Big Monkey King and Second Monkey King nodded to Duan Lingtian like a human. Let's go. Duan Lingtian called out to Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang before directly heading down the Hengduan mountain range, preparing to return to the camp. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang were startled awake as they hurriedly followed him. They couldn't help but turn their heads from time to time, only to discover that after Duan Lingtian left, the group of stone monkeys had successively returned to the gorge. Young master, you, Zhang Qian fiercely swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He had too many doubts in his heart. My luck wasn't bad. A stone monkey was poisoned, and I just happened to be able to detoxify it. After that, they treated me as one of their own. Do you have any bottles or other containers on you? As Duan Lingtian spoke, he asked Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang at the same time. The two of them naturally guessed Duan Lingtian's intentions. Their eyes lit up as they each took out a medicinal pill bottle. They only had this kind of container on them. Duan Lingtian took the medicinal pill bottle, took out the large gourd that contained the monkey wine, and filled the medicinal pill bottle for the two of them. This is the monkey wine. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang took a deep breath and greedily smelled the fragrance of the monkey wine. Yes, this is the monkey wine. However, the increase in your cultivations shouldn't be obvious, as you're both 7th level nascent soul stage martial artists after all. Duan Lingtian nodded. As for the Monkey King wine, Duan Lingtian didn't take it out, nor did he mention it. Although Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang could be considered as one of his own, they would have to leave his side sooner or later. Moreover, the Monkey King wine was limited, and it was only enough to be distributed to those close to him. Moreover, once the Monkey King wine was exposed, it would surely cause a group of half-step void stage experts to plunder it. It's fine, we just want to try something new. And see what's different about the legendary monkey wine. Zhang Qian shook his head and smiled. Zhao Gang nodded as well, obviously thinking the same as Zhang Qian. Right, young master, those two enormous stone monkeys from before, you called them Big Monkey King and Second Monkey King? Zhang Qian recalled the scene from before and couldn't help but ask. That's right. The stone monkey that's almost 1 meter tall and has fur that's between dark gold and gold is the Second Monkey King. The Second Monkey King is only a step away from breaking through to the void prying stage, and its strength is comparable to a half-step void stage expert. Duan Lingtian nodded. Half-step void stage. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang gasped. To them, the Second Monkey King was sufficient to easily kill them. Young master, the other one. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang's heartbeats suddenly sped up, and they faintly guessed in their hearts, but didn't dare confirm it. The golden-haired stone monkey that's only slightly shorter than me is the Great Monkey King. This Big Monkey King is a demon beast monkey king, an existence comparable to the void prying stage. According to my estimations, its strength is at least at the 4th level of the void prying stage. Duan Lingtian continued. Demon Beast Monkey King. Its strength is at the 4th level of the void prying stage or above. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang were petrified once more, and only recovered from their shock after a long time, and they felt their scalps go numb. Earlier, they cooperated with the young master to steal the monkey wine under the eyes of this group of stone monkeys. Unknowingly, they noticed that their clothes were drenched in cold sweat. Seeing Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang's expressions of lingering fear, Duan Lingtian shook his head and sighed. I never imagined that the group of stone monkeys in this transverse mountain range would be so terrifying. I was originally thinking that if there was only a half-step void stage Monkey King, we would still be able to escape unscathed after stealing the monkey wine. But who knew that there was actually a demon beast Monkey King among them, and I didn't even have the time to collect the monkey wine before I was stopped by it. Recalling the scene from before, Duan Lingtian felt his heart tremble with fear. We were lucky this time, young master, you were able to cure their clansmen. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang had a slight lingering fear in their hearts. However, I can be considered to have gotten what I wanted now. Duan Lingtian waved the large bottle gourd in his hand and lightly smiled. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang smiled as well. Right, don't spread the news that there's a group of stone monkeys here. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian had a serious expression as he warned Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang. Although the group of stone monkeys wasn't afraid of the people of the Crimson Sky Kingdom disturbing them, Duan Lingtian still didn't wish for someone to break their peaceful life. To a certain extent, he could be considered to have acknowledged the group of stone monkeys, and took the group of stone monkeys to be his friends. Don't worry, young master. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang hurriedly nodded. Before long, Duan Lingtian returned to the foot of the mountain. Meanwhile, Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang concealed themselves once again. Duan Lingtian took a sip of the Monkey King wine before returning to his tent. After returning to his tent, he swallowed the Monkey King wine in his mouth. Instantly, Duan Lingtian felt a terrifying force ceaselessly charging at the meridians in his body, as well as his blood, flesh, and bones. Fortunately, the toughness of his body far surpassed an ordinary person. Otherwise, he would surely explode and die. Even then, Duan Lingtian still felt a wave of heart-wrenching pain come from his entire body. For a moment, Duan Lingtian was drenched in sweat. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and didn't dare hesitate in the slightest as he hurriedly circulated the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique's Raging Python form mental cultivation method. Under the efforts of Duan Lingtian, the Monkey King wine transformed into a force that followed the Raging Python form's mental cultivation method to circulate. His cultivation that had just broken through to the 9th level of the core formation stage increased at an extremely swift speed. In the end, it was stuck at the final bottleneck. Even then, more than half of the Monkey King wine's force still remained within Duan Lingtian's body. Chapter 214. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian's mood surged. However, he wasn't in a hurry to refine the dragon blood pill, as the temporary tent he was currently in didn't have much extra space. He couldn't go out of the tent and refine it, right? Shaking his head, Duan Lingtian calmed his mood and fell into a deep sleep. Dawn would arrive in a few hours, and at that time, the army of 100,000 would directly charge towards the southern barbaric city. As the military advisor of this battle, Duan Lingtian needed to conserve his energy and build up his strength. The sky hadn't completely brightened yet, but the army of 100,000 had already set out in a formidable array. Duan Lingtian, Nie Fen, and He Weian spurred their horses at the front, and they quickly arrived at the moat outside of the southern barbaric city. Under the command of Duan Lingtian, the army of 100,000 put down the scarecrows and bamboo raft components they carried with them. The bamboo rafts took shape, and a pile of scarecrows stood on half of the bamboo rafts. Within the morning mist, the army of 100,000 set out along the moat and launched a surprise attack. Release the arrows. Along with Duan Lingtian's command, the army of 100,000 drew the bows in their hands, and countless arrows whistled out, killing the group of southern barbaric city guards on the city wall who hadn't even reacted yet. At this moment, the southern barbaric city's beacons rose up as they started their counterattack. The Crimson Sky Kingdom's army of 100,000 continued forward. However, in front of the army of 100,000, there were dense clusters of straw boats opening up a path. Within the morning mist, the southern barbaric city guards on the city wall could only vaguely see a few figures, and then they drew back their arrows, causing countless arrows to whistle out and descend onto the scarecrows one by one. The Crimson Sky Kingdom's army of 100,000 was completely unharmed. Miraculous, miraculous. All the Star Mastermind Department students, including He Weian and Nie Fen, couldn't help but sigh. This was the act of borrowing arrows with straw boats. Only when they really saw this scene occur did they realize how terrifying the violet-clothed youth that stood at the side was. While chatting, the enemy was annihilated. It was nothing more than this. Whoosh! 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 Just when the southern barbaric city guards thought that the Crimson Sky Kingdom's army of 100,000 had run out of arrows, another wave of arrows whistled out and killed the southern barbaric city guards on the city wall one by one. How is this possible? How could they have so many arrows? No. This isn't real. Over time, the guards of southern barbaric city were completely dumbfounded, to the extent that not a single person dared to stick their head out from atop the city wall. Success! He Weian cheered excitedly. Commander Nya, please lead the 10,000 Crimson WYRM army soldiers under your command and take advantage of the chaos to sneak into the enemy's campsite. As for us, we'll coordinate with you from the inside and outside, and launch a pincer attack on them. Duan Lingtian looked at Nie Fen and lightly nodded. In front of outsiders, he didn't directly address Nie Fen as Big Brother Nye. Good. When this battle is over, we won't go home until we're drunk. Niafan laughed heartily as he led the 100,000 Crimson Wyrm army troops to climb over the wall and enter southern Barbaric City under the circumstances where the defending army of southern Barbaric City was caught off guard. Plotting in the dark. Then, he would take drastic measures to deal with it. This was Duan Ling Tian's 3 stratagem. At this moment, the nearly 90,000 officers and officers of the border army and the group of Paladin Academy students were still concealed behind the straw boats and concealed within the morning mist. So long as someone stuck their head out from atop the city wall of southern Barbaric City, they would be directly shot to death. It was precisely because of this that Niafan led the 10,000 Crimson Wyrm army troops to easily sneak into southern Barbaric City. Ha! He Weian, have been in the army for many years, but it's still the first time I've fought such a satisfying battle. He Weian had an excited expression as he looked at Duan Ling Tian, and the space between his brows emitted deep reverence. General He, don't be so excited. It wouldn't be too late to be excited after we've breached southern Barbaric City. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled with a carefree expression. Meanwhile, the surrounding group of Paladin Academy students looked at Duan Ling Tian with gazes that contained deep reverence mixed within. Especially those 300-star General Department students, they were even more excited. The last time they came, they didn't even make a move before retreating. This time, they had the chance to shed blood on the battlefield, display what they'd learned, and strive for military merits. Within southern Barbaric City. Within the spacious campsite, a group of generals and strategists were gathered together, and their expressions were unsightly. What happened today is truly strange. Logically speaking, it's impossible for the Crimson Sky Kingdom's army to have so many sharp arrows. The strategist frowned, and the corners of his mouth curled into a bitter smile. I think it's strange as well. Moreover, we've obviously shot and killed many of their people, but their attack didn't slow down in the slightest. Don't they only have an army of 100,000 remaining? How could they possibly launch such a powerful attack after so many people have died? Another strategist nodded, and his tightly knit brows were unable to loosen for a long time. Our soldiers utterly don't dare stick their heads out from the city walls now, as those that stick their heads out will surely die. I'm afraid it won't be long before the Crimson Sky Kingdom's army will arrive at the city walls. A general's face was covered in worry. Kill. Suddenly, right at this moment, an explosive sound abruptly sounded out within the campsite, causing the group of generals and strategists that were gathered together to be dumbstruck. In next to no time, they saw the 10,000-plus Crimson Wyrm army approaching them head-on. It's the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Crimson Wyrm army. Oh my god! How did they sneak in? One by one, the generals and strategists were quickly drowned by the Crimson Wyrm army. Swish! Bang! A firework whistled out from within southern Barbaric City before exploding in the sky. Charge in! Duan Lingtian's voice was loud as he abruptly ordered. Kill! 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 The border army that had been restrained for a few days instantly launched an attack on the city. For a time, shouts of battle shook the heavens, and their imposing manner shot into the sky like a rainbow. When faced with the Southern Champion Kingdom's army that had been thrown into disorder by the surprise attack of the Crimson Wyrm army, the border army easily blasted open the city gates and directly attacked the root of the problem, launching a one-sided slaughter. The Crimson Wyrm army and the border army cooperated with each other from the inside and outside, and easily killed the Southern Champion Kingdom's army that had their morale greatly reduced. In a single day, half of southern Barbaric City flowed with blood like a river. Kill! Duan Ling Tian had joined the battle now. Now, the battle was one-sided, and there was already no need for him to command. Swish! The violet myrtle flexible sword whistled out as if it had transformed into a violet bolt of lightning, and every time it flashed out, it would take the life of a Southern Champion Kingdom soldier. Bang! Beside Duan Ling Tian, Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun's eyes had turned red from killing. Seeing the Southern Champion Kingdom's soldiers that were about to die under his sword being killed by Shao Sun first, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but glare. Shao Sun, don't steal my business. Shao Sun laughed embarrassedly and continued pouncing forward. Killing a person every 10 steps, leaving no trace for 1,000 miles. Duan Lingtian's mood surged, and he only felt the blood in his entire body start to boil. Only when the Southern Champion Kingdom only had a group of surrendered soldiers left did the Crimson Sky Kingdom's army stop their slaughter. Now, what Duan Lingtian stepped on were either corpses or blood. Everyone's clothes were soaked in blood. Victory! Victory! Duan Lingtian! Duan Lingtian! Duan Lingtian! The imposing manner of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's army was like a rainbow, and they were currently madly shouting Duan Lingtian's name. Because they knew that if it wasn't for Duan Lingtian today, it would be impossible for them to take revenge for the group of brothers that died a few days ago. If it wasn't for Duan Lingtian, they would be unable to breach Southern Barbaric City and hold their heads high. Southern Barbaric City was the same as Relentless Thriving City. Half of the city was a campsite, and the other half was a place where people gathered. However, attacking a city and plundering it without harming the commoners was practically a tacit understanding between the various kingdoms. So, although the residents of the northern half of Southern Barbaric City were sorrowful, they didn't think of fleeing. Defeated. We've lost. How can this be possible? A few days ago, the Crimson Sky Kingdom's 110,000-strong army was forced back by our Southern Champion Kingdom's army, and we lost over 10,000 people. Now, the Crimson Sky Kingdom's army is at most 100,000 strong. How could they possibly directly break through our Southern Barbaric City's line of defense? I heard that a military advisor with extraordinary wisdom appeared in the Crimson Sky Kingdom's army, and with unparalleled strategy, they breached Southern Barbaric City without losing a single person. Without losing a single person. Impossible, right? Yeah, how could there be no deaths in war? It's true. I heard that only 100+ soldiers of the Crimson Sky Kingdom were injured, and not a single person died. For a time, the military advisor with extraordinary wisdom of the Crimson Sky Kingdom became the focus of discussion of the residents of Southern Barbaric City. That night, cheers covered the heavens and the earth within Southern Barbaric City, and it practically didn't stop for a moment. It was precisely the Crimson Sky Kingdom's army of 100,000 that was celebrating. Brother Ling Tian, let me toast you. He Weian raised a bowl of wine with a flushed face. He'd been in the army for many years, but it was the first time he'd had such an accomplishment. Without losing a single soldier, he'd taken down Southern Barbaric City that had been in a stalemate with Relentless Thriving City for many years. He knew that his name would surely be left in the annals of history, and be passed down for generations to come. Of course, he also knew that from today onwards, not only would the youth before him be famous throughout the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom, his name would even spread throughout the Southern Champion Kingdom. In the future, the army of the Southern Champion Kingdom would probably flee upon hearing the name of this youth. General He. Duan Lingtian picked up a bowl of wine and drained it before directly drinking it. Come, drink. Nye Fen was extremely excited as well. Presently, even the old man standing behind Nye Fen looked at Duan Lingtian with a gaze that flickered with a trace of extraordinary splendor. This youth had simply opened up a new path for the Crimson Sky Kingdom. All those years ago, even the senior Marquis of the Divine Might Marquis estate didn't have such a terrifying accomplishment. Without losing a single soldier, annihilating the Southern Barbaric City's army of 100,000, simply heaven-defying. Duan Lingtian, you're the pride of our Paladin Academy. In the distance, a Star General Department senior student stood up and looked at Duan Lingtian as he drank the wine in his bowl in one gulp. Exactly, you're the pride of Paladin Academy. For a time, all the other Paladin Academy students, including Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun, stood up and toasted Duan Lingtian one after another. Breaching the Southern Champion Kingdom's Southern Barbaric City this time was a brilliant military merit. It could be imagined that when they returned this time, they would all receive rewards. This had an extremely great effect on their future. Moreover, they were clear that all this was given to them by Duan Ling Tian. Thank you, young Master Ling Tian, for helping us brothers take revenge. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.